Hello, hello everyone. Just testing sound out. Let's see who's in here. Just sipping some tea. Hello, Miro. Hello, Emmy. Hello, Ben. How's everyone doing this evening? And how are the music/voice levels? Let me know if they're off. Oh, hello, Miro. Fancy meeting you here. Dashing all the way. Gotta make that moolah, right? I had 4 classes last night. They felt like they were gonna last forever. Level seems good. Ah, awesome. I'm playing a game today. Some Final Fantasy 14. Surprise, surprise. Just checking. Irredeemable? What are you talking about, Leo? About the piles? Oh. Yeah. Once again, like, I don't want to toot my own horn here, okay? Because... Oh my lord. I completely forgot. I fail as a streamer. Oh my lord, I forgot that there was like a... damn it. I completely forgot that I had a video today. Is your item level high enough for the trial? Yeah, Miro. Why would I recommend doing it tonight if it wasn't? I have ground out for this trial. I should hope that I'm going to be good enough for it. Obviously, as a Picto, no. But where's my summoner? I believe. Why does it keep switching? Where's my armory? I just realized that I completely blipped out of the fact that I had a premiere thing today. Another streamer fail. I think Manderville keeps wanting to happen because it has very specific stats on it. But unfortunately, the item level for it is it doesn't work for me. As far as I understood, the trial is 720 or something. Let me check. Yeah. 715. I'm more than good. Yeah. I'm 721, bro. I ground out. I did my job. Now I look like I belong in Castlevania or V Rising. But let me tell you, I did my job. I grounded out. You can do it? Yeah. I'm going to be doing it. By the way, Emmy, I saw an update on the mobile game. So the Chinese version of Final Fantasy XIV is in, I think, beta right now. It's in beta testing or partial public beta testing in China. Or like they did a trailer for it or something like that. Anyway, TLDR, I believe late May, the mobile game will release partially into China. And I think the full release is like August, I think. So like August is when the mobile game will hit China proper. And from the looks of it, they've made it so that the classes have less buttons. And some of the dungeons have been reworked. Some of the raids have been reworked, but it looks like they're trying to keep it mechanically difficult and like challenging. And the die system is going to be out of this world. There's going to be apparently 16, some of your clothing will have 16 levels of dies. So you're going to be able to like determine whether the chains on this thing are going to be a different color from the feathers and so on. So it's looking like the mobile game is going to have a lot, but I am a bit concerned about monetization. My guess is they're going to make dying partially monetized. So there's that. However, that's a personal, I'm sure that there will be like some dyes that you will still be able to create yourself through alchemy, because I believe alchemist is where you get all your dyeing done. So I'm going to assume that dyeing is going to be partially monetized, but partially not monetized. So, yeah. So some people are suggesting that if the full release in China is in August, late August, then it's possible we might be able to see a Western release toward the end of the year or in the early new year. Yeah. Now, some people like Mioni were like, what if could they release it to PC, for example? Now, in my opinion, if they develop it a certain way, I think they could absolutely port like just sloppy port to PC. But if they don't, you could still emulate it with BlueStacks, so it's not a big deal, really. I think they'll wait for the Western release. They will let China figure out all the bugs and then go back and fix them because the Chinese market will be more forgiving. Yeah, and also the developers are in Chinese, are Chinese developers, right? So they could be able to talk more with the Chinese consumers and get the feedback there. Square Enix doesn't have a good rep for PC version of things. Not necessarily, Ben, but I mean, worst case scenario, you could emulate it with BlueStacks if you're a PC, bro. What's the largest demographic that plays this game? Is it Southeast Asian, young adult men, or something like that? Maybe. You put the grasses on? What? Anyway. Yeah. But either way, the mobile version, whether or not it gets a PC release, it looks like it will be later this year, and or early next year. But that's totally fine, right? We got lots and lots of time. It's not a big deal, and it could help me spend that time to get my sister's boyfriend through the MSQ, and then I'll go back and do it again with Emmy, and we'll do it properly. I will make sure she watches every cutscene. Honestly, in celebration of her starting it, I might go visit her so that we could sit together as we go through the opening stuff and talk about how to tackle the game. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Broken English? Oh. Yeah, my cat boy always has glasses because he's smart. He's a smart, very handsome, smart man. But yeah, we'll see. But it's exciting. The little bit of news that I heard today about the mobile game is very exciting. And also exciting is the fact I put out a video, which I forgot about because I suck. I should have put an alarm on. These days I should have put an alarm on. Great. Just great. Let's see. People started commenting on it. I just want a perma home. Yeah, don't we all? Garrisons were great. Too great. The world died because you could do everything from your garrison. Thank you for letting me know about that. Oh, what's his face? The guy that I like. What's his face? He's the WoW bro who I watch, the PvP. WoW PvP bro. What's his name? He's like South American ethnicity, potentially. I'm afraid to say. I feel like... Okay, I'm just gonna put WoW PvP and hope that Snuppy, no. Van Rookie, no. Heyo, no. Zaryu had some interesting points about housing. On reflection, personal housing does not belong in MMO games. Well, that's our beloved Wooly. They isolate players from the world, which is what should be the MC of an MMO. Instead, they introduce one more ride in a theme park, further diluting roleplay in a specific world. Says someone else. We're just going to idle in it in when we don't want to idle in Limsa. At least I can take my FC over for tacos in my comfy apartment. I have to agree with that one commenter. In the end, people are going to idle somewhere. Now, of course, they could take inns out as well. And there's like no inns, no housing. For me, I feel like housing is another extension of personal expression. And it gets the girls in. If you want to have a female audience, a female base, you're going to have to put housing and fashion in. There, I said it. I said it out loud. Oh, somebody said, unfortunately, Square Enix appears to be having internal troubles currently, and from the sounds of things, we aren't getting any major releases from them until around 2028. Now, 2028 is an interesting number, but I will admit that we aren't talking enough about the broader problems that are afflicting Square Enix. I think this is a fantastic thing to consider, that they recently reshaped the board. Now, a lot of people started trying to use that as a way to talk up to, badmouth certain people and stuff, but I think the reshaping of the board signifies that they're trying to make some better financial decisions. Now, the new bro that they put in charge, he was talking about, was it Bitcoin or was it that other thing related to Bitcoin? You know what I'm talking about. But anyway, point being, as soon as you have someone talking about anything related to crypto, people get hinky. So that talk ended. NFTs, yeah. So that talk, I think, was a mistake. I think talking about NFTs is, yeah. PvP, bro, yeah. Housing is roleplay vital. Oh, Shay. Hey, Shay. I'm up for watching every cutscene. Ah, I'm so glad, Emmy. I'm excited. Like I said, I'm going to try to do more research on the mobile version of 14, Emmy, and then if it looks like it's the full game for real, I might actually come over to your state, Michigan, and kind of talk with you about the process and kind of give you the download, because there's a lot that gets put on you at the first few hours. And it would just be faster and better for us to talk about it in person, honestly. I mean, we could do it over the phone, but, I'm going to watch the housing video soonish here while I do my daily. Oh my gosh, Shay, I'm so embarrassed because I put a premiere and then I forgot about it entirely. Yeah. Yes, Ben and Miro, it is Zaryu. Okay, so Zaryu's response to the situation was he was concerned that housing would become like garrisons, where everyone would be hiding out in their garrison because they had too much utility. Preach, however, pointed out that the dev team is trying not to make housing garrisons. They're just trying to make it an extension of oneself. And I disagree with Wooly. If people want to lock their house off because of toxic, let's say, stalkers or something, that's unfortunate. That's sad. But in 14, you can walk into anyone's house for the most part, and you can just check it out. As long as you're not behaving like a complete dick, a lot of houses are open and you can just walk in. And so just because someone owns a house doesn't mean that the world is suddenly dead. In fact, what Preach points out is that neighborhoods will get dead. Okay, so I'm just going to go for a little jaunt. Sorry, Miro. Sorry, Ben. I'll try to make this very quick, okay? So I'm going to show you... Now, Kraken's slightly unfair because Kraken's a, relatively new server. It's going to be quiet. So this is the neighborhood for my house. And it is not bustling. There's no bustling here. No bustling. There's nobody in here. Practically nobody. Like, I can go down here into, like, a more main area. Like, it's dead. This neighborhood is sitting here practically empty. Practically empty. It could be full, and anyone can go anywhere in here and check out whatever the heck they want. And because I don't have stalkers and weird people, my house is open. And so this house, for example, this is my, by the way, welcome to my house. This is my wonderful home. I changed the roof to be a lovely deep greenish color so that kind of would look very, kind of like have like a more organic feel. That's kind of what I'm aiming for. So I changed the outside a little bit. Like I chose the shape of the windows. I chose the siding. I chose the roof. I want to actually get the special house with the tree trunk, but that's for another day. So this is my... hey, Paige. I played FF1. I killed Chaos. It was fun. I started FF2. So far, pretty enjoyable. Not as... how can I say this? So far, not as... It's closer to FF1, right? So, like, it's more hands-off and you have to kind of figure out where you're going on your own, which can drive me a little crazy because it's not always intuitive to me where to go. I played a little bit of FF Tactics Advance. I love Tactic Advance. I played a little bit of War of the Lion and I think Ogre. So obviously I like tactical stuff a bit more. I played anything else. I have Final Fantasy 16 downloaded. I want to play Final Fantasy 16 quite a bit. Tactic Advance, you just gave me PTSD. I love Tactic Advance. So good. Kraken is technically the most populous world on Dynamis. By server status, almost all other worlds still listed as new. I'm gonna be frank, guys. I made a new character. Can you believe it? Because I had to go back and review a couple scenes because I'm gonna hammer it into my new viewers how much Warrior of Light is actually only part of the warriors plural of light. Anyway, so when I made the new character, guess what? I couldn't put it on Kraken. Kraken is off the list. So anyway, so this is my house as it is right now. Very undeveloped. Not a lot going on here. Still not completely finished. But you can see that, like, this house, anyone can go into it and it's fine. You can go in, you can visit it. I don't care. You have 4 characters, something like that. I have a bunch. I deleted a couple actually the other day. 16 is worth a playthrough despite all its perceived. You know what? The amount of people who perceive something, it's just, yeah. I'm going to check it out myself and make. Okay, so let's go in here. Enter the estate hall. See, I can enter this person's house if I so choose. Let's see. Have they done anything? Almost nothing. Okay. Less than me. I feel good about my life. Yeah. Empty house. Practically. Might as well not be owned, but it's there. So all this to say, in regards to Shay's discussion, in Final Fantasy 14, we have neighborhoods, and the whole world could be here if they wanted to, but they don't. They want to go hang out at Limsa. So whether it's Limsa or whether it's someone's house, is it all that different? And my answer to Wooly would be no, actually. Whether it was over here or whether it was over, you know, over in Limsa, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like, this is just as open of an area in the world as Limsa is. But for some people, housing, it doesn't represent who they are. They're not into role play. Oh, this person likes books. Very nice. Oh, look at that lovely bed area. Can I lie on it or sit on it? Let's see. / lie. Okay. Lay, actually. I should probably say it. Nope. / doze. Okay. Okay. Can I shift my position here? Here's my change pose. Aw. He's so cute. Are you judging someone else's beginner level house? Yes. Yeah, I just did that. I need to finish FF14. I just lack guaranteed time to dedicate to it, alas. Yeah, I feel you, Miro. You and me, we can bro fist. 14's having housing bled WoW's RP community more than anything else. There's been a lot of factors, but housing, giant factor. Shay, this is why I hope you'll watch my video. I am rooting for WoW, okay? I want WoW to knock this out of the park, and I want 14 to sit back and go, oh, wait a minute, we gotta start. We gotta, you know. Wait a minute. Sorry. I just gotta go in here. Yeah. So basically, like, my cat boy is so adorable. I love the fact that you can, like, doze in different positions. That's one position. Oh my gosh, this is like sexy calendar position. Anyway, not to get distracted here. Okay, I'm gonna go back to Solution 9. All this to say, I am championing for WoW to get their housing. And I want their housing to be so spectacular that Final Fantasy XIV has to look sideways and go, we need to get better. Because there are still some things about Final Fantasy XIV housing that is crucial, that needs to get fixed. And I am pumped that WoW is coming in swinging hard. Now, are they going to hit a home run? Maybe not. I don't know. But I agree that hand-waving away housing as being immaterial or as taking away from the world, I think... I just think it's unfair to a lot of our peers. I think a lot of our peers is... Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to go back up here. Slumber Party. Yes. Clearly has never been to an FF14 party. So Zaryu's did a react to Preach's video, and I watched Zaryu's react to Preach's video, and he couldn't get over the fact that Preach had a female femro in a yellow bathing suit spraying champagne. He was like freaking, like, not freaking out in a negative way. He was like, whoa, you know, like he was... Zaryu's a good guy. I actually don't mind him. But he's he clearly was like, whoa, this is something. The WoW Xmod collection system is superior to 14's Glamour Dresser, but the Glamour Pates are a boon to 14. I will say the fact that I can go anywhere with an Aetherite or like Housing Zone and change my glam on the fly is infinitely superior to WoW having to go to a place to do it specifically. Yoshi P had his head in his hands after that statement. Why, boss? Why? Yeah. So, in my opinion, I think Square Enix is in financial trouble, and 14 has been carrying Square Enix, and to a certain degree, and the FF9 remake, and they made a big boo-boo, in my opinion, by making FF16 a PS5, you know, a temporary PS5 exclusive. I think that was a misstep. So Square Enix has had to roll with the punches, and of course 14 is going to have to deal with that, and they're not going to have all the resources that they want, even if they had the people ready to do it. You all need to road trip to Horrocks Farmers Market if you do, and thank me after. Kraken is technically the most populous world on Dynamis. Yes, it is. And it won't let you create new characters on it. It looks like green thatch. Yeah, it's really pretty. Very Tudor-esque, yes. But there's another building that I'm looking to get the outsides of. So yeah. We stopped in Gridania the other day when we heard Expedition 33 music from a bard. Yeah, it's great. Are you judging? Yes, I was judging someone else's beginner level house. The difference is there's one shared Limsa zone per server and mini housing wards. Yeah, so the problem I think with the housing wards is that because they're all separated the way that they are, it's less likely that people are going to go to a specific housing ward unless they have an FC house. Now, our FC house, okay, we have it made. Let's just say that. Party and I worked so hard to get to this FC house. We sweated our way in here. But we have probably one of the prime FC house positions. So this is where you come in to the FC ward, I guess, like the opening dock thing. And our house is like right there. And there's like little steps that go down to the water, and there's an island. It's just so beautiful. And our FC, if we go in here, so this is our FC house's stuff. So like all of the stuff that you see on the wall here, all of these hanging plants, the candles, the books, all of this stuff we crafted by hand. We tried to keep our market board buying to a minimum. So we crafted it with the help of myself and someone else. And it felt great. It felt amazing to achieve this. Downstairs is still not quite done, but we're going for like a verdant kind of area down here. So yeah. So I am of the opinion that if housing does it properly, it can be great for the role players. But some people are not going to like it. They're going to feel like it's going to diffuse from the larger world. But I just wonder if the larger world will lose that much anyway, because it's not like people are in the larger world anyhow. Like if you see people in the larger world, they're usually there for a reason. Let's just say that. They're there for a reason. They're not just like showing up because, you know, lol, you know, I'm just chilling out in the world. I'm not gonna lie, there are some parts of Final Fantasy zones where I just go and I hang out there by myself, but it's pretty empty. It's not as busy. I will say this for Guild Wars 2, because of the way Guild Wars 2 built itself up. Guild Wars 2 does have, I feel, it has the sense of more activity. 14 has some NPCs that go around and do stuff with or without you. But Guild Wars 2 has a very interesting approach to stuff. So it's more, yeah, it's more interesting that way. But I don't see how taking away housing would revive or add to that world, frankly. But maybe that's just my bias. Maybe I'm just being biased. Silver Moon will explode in player population and housing gets there. Blizz is renowned for swinging extremely hard and missing, so lol. Yeah, I mean, it could end up being a huge miss. You gotta buy on the Go Glamour change in WoW. Of course I have one. Interesting. In WoW I have the Yak mount with the Xmogger vendor. New players don't have the mount with the Xmog NPC. Yes, Sim is aware. I played a little bit of WoW last night. Hold on to your seats, boys and girls. Yes, a new Dragon Boy is in town. I deleted the old one. I deleted the other Dragon Boy. I made a new Dragon Boy. I'm starting again. Yet again. I'm gonna get to know Elwyn Forest like the back of my fucking hand. Anyhow, I started fresh with a new Dragon Boy. This time he's a mage. Hopefully the class will suit me. As someone who likes to do a story with one character from the beginning to end, the fact that you cannot multi-class in WoW is painful. Because then it's like, I don't want this character anymore, so I have to delete him, and then I have to start everything again, all over again. It's just, So what if I don't like, what if I do it and I don't like being a Frost Mage or Arcane Mage or whatever? What am I gonna do then? You didn't go Evoker? No, I did not. I'm not playing Dragonflight either. So that's one issue for me. I know that some people like it to have like classes separate. For me, as someone who doesn't know if that class is going to suit her long term, it's soul crushing. It's soul crushing. So yeah, if I don't like playing mage, I'm gonna be fucked. It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough AF. So we'll see. But I think I saw Sim popping in and out all night long. I could have been wrong. WoW's crusty. Most players are old players. Why put in work to a monumental task that won't be sufficient to matter to new players until enough is done? Well, and another thing I point out in my video is that they have progression on the housing, which is a little bit shitty. Watch my video, please. No, my video's doing fine. My video's doing fine. Don't feel pressure to watch my stuff. The World Soul Saga is about closing out catering to the older players' sim. Gotta have housing in to be ready to market the new ones when they pull the trigger and alienate their entire existing established audience. Shay knows what's up. Shay knows what's up. The way that they've been like I said, if you look at the family scene, I don't think it's just about shitty writing. If you look at the way that they're changing the characters so they look prettier and softer, good luck to that, because I still don't think, once again, I don't want to get mean about WoW. I'm trying to give it a fair shake. Their clothing just looks really painted on. I'm sorry. Especially with the graphical update for 14. Like if you take this piece that I'm wearing right now, you can see like this looks more leathery. This looks more like metal. This looks more like feathers. There's like a layering effect. It looks less painted on. So if you're going to get a girl in who's more aesthetic, like I just think I don't think they should chase the girl audience necessarily, but I'm sure there's a lot of men and women who love RP who would still want the housing, so you should still do it for them. Newer ones add more 3D stuff. That's why I'm playing Sim. I'm gonna believe. I'm believing in Sim. I'm believing in Shay. That's why I'm gonna fight my way through WoW until I get to the part that I like, because I'm sure it's out there. But I agree with Shay absolutely. Like I think they're trying for a new audience, and I don't know if that's smart. I'm going to be honest though. I don't know if that's going to work. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure if it's a good idea. But like the boys, what if the boys, but I'm sure there's some men who would love to have their own house. I'm sure there are guys out there who want to role play. So I surely. They're doing a hunt train. Guess we'll see if they can pull it off. Yeah. Also, everyone hid from the world in garrisons because the expansion itself was a flop, and there was nothing else to do but sit and click your resource generation buildings. That is crazy. Was it that bad? Oh man. Okay, so Miro, the reason why I didn't go Evoker is when you click on Evoker, they're like, if you're new, don't do it. It's difficult. So I was like, oh, okay, I won't then. WoW's got issues with friction. While rolling new alts is often very easy, it's not consistently easy. Only limited times when optimal leveling events, XP buffs are up. Yeah. It's also just the mental thing, right? It's the mental thing. If I gotta play the story all over again, I say that as someone who like loves story. There's nothing in WoW to like really want to do again though. Yeah. Silvermoon City is filled with people on RP servers. Well, there you go. There you go, Miro. There has to be bros out there who want housing. But nowhere near as unique as 14. Yeah, I just think, I don't know. I was looking at Eorzea collection the earlier today with Party, and I saw some outfits that I was like, I need to play this game more somehow. I don't know where I'll find the time. I'll be driving home soon. Also, WoW has lost me on everything except the story, but yeah, I hope the housing is good, but the models are kind of trash. Like, once again, I struggle with aesthetics. Like, aesthetics either appeal to me or they don't. I think it's taste, right? It's subjective. So I want everyone right now to discount everything that's going to come out of my mouth as being subjective. But I just feel like right now, the way that the models are shaped and painted for me feels cartoony, and some people like it and some people don't. And that's it, right? I don't think WoW is doing poorly what they're good at. It's just maybe not my thing. However, I made a gorgeous dragon boy. So we shall see if I can handle being a mage. So far, it's confusing, and I don't know what clear casting is, so send help. Anyway, WoW alt leveling is nothing like 14 MSQ. Think of it more like what it takes to level your other jobs in 14. Yeah, except here's my problem, Sim, okay? When I play a game, I play it for the story. And I actually pay attention to the job quest stories as well, generally. So if there's no story there, if I'm not emotionally invested in it, it's a bit tough for me to want to log in and do it. And so then let's say I get in like 20 levels and I decide I don't like this. Then I have to delete that character that I'm physically attracted to, and then I have to play all of the stuff for which I have no investment in again, but as a different class, in a hope that this is the class that I would like. That's my problem. Do you see what I'm saying? Like I don't find it actually fun to just mindlessly go from here to here to here to here and just kill this and kill that thing and kill X thing. Like, I'd like to have some tenuous connection. And I finished Dawn Trail. And at no point in time was I thinking, oh, I don't want to do this. So that tells me that there was stuff in Dawn Trail that made it good. Now, is it great? No. But is it good? There was stuff there that I enjoyed. So this is where I'm saying is like, there has to be a minimum of investment. It doesn't have to be an amazing story. It doesn't have to be Lord of the Rings. It doesn't have to be anything, but there has to be something to make me want to see my character have a moment and be cool and do something. I don't want to go through the motions. If I want to go through the motions with something, I'm going to go ram my head again at how to program an inventory or write another book. So my issue is it feels like if I don't like my class, then I have to delete that character, make that character again, and run the same content that has no meaning for me, or almost no meaning for me, again, in hopes that I will like the next class. That's where my problem is. Whereas with the FF14 MSQ, you can just do the MSQ one time, and then you can do all the other little side jobs, you know, relatively quickly, or not at all if you don't want to. You don't have to do the side jobs. If you only want to play one job, then you could do that, I guess, if you want to, but I wouldn't. I wouldn't do that, but I don't know. It's tough for me to care about that thing if I know that if I don't like it, I'm just going to delete that character. Am I crazy? Like, maybe I'm not, maybe I just don't know. Maybe I'm ignorant. Maybe I'm ignorant. It feels very... Imagine me deleting Nico to go and try another job. Yeah. So there's friction in between class and race. That's true too. So there's another... Wow, Sim is bringing that one up as well. So let's say I want to play a certain class, but I'm not physically attracted to the races that can play that class. Well, then I'm effed. I'm screwed, right? So that's a good point too, Sim. Good point, yeah. It's just, it's very hard for me to do, but I'm still going to give it a shot because I'm not somebody who just like gives up. Okay, I'm going to do a ready check. We're going to go into Beatrice. This is spoiler alert to everyone who has not gone past whatever I'm going to be running today. We're going to finish Dawn Trail MSQ, and we're going to potentially hang out with Party later. We'll see. I don't know. Vanilla WoW / Classic had class quests, which helped you feel attached to your character. Yeah, but oh, that would even be worse. I don't know what's worse. Imagine getting attached to your character, realizing that you can't play the class or job well, that it has like no kismet with you. You're going to absolutely suck. So then you have to delete that character in hopes that maybe the next class you choose, it's going to fit. Like that's, oof. You could say that the friction in race and class can cause more attachment to their character as well. Maybe for masochists. Maybe for masochists. There's very little restriction. Yeah. .2 trial. Yes, we're going to do that. And ending the patch, yes. I am not attached to Nico because he is a summoner. I'm attached to Nico because of how he looks and the story that I've worked with him through. But I guess some people would feel attached because that's the only thing that they have. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get the lure or the pull of that friction at all. But that might be a subjective thing. Anyway, let's watch me die repeatedly. We're going to take on Recollection. Calix's trail has led you to Alexandria's castle and into a wicked trap. Seeking to take more precise measurements of your strength, Calix pits you against a mechanical guardian forged from Sven's memories of Zelenia, second in command of the Royal Knights. Queen implores you to lay this affront to her dear friend's honor to rest. Make ready to test your mettle against one of Alexandria's finest blades. Johnny. Hello. Are you, new to the channel, or is this the Johnny that we know from the other Johnny? I'm not sure, but welcome in anyway. F14's friction is the very long MSQ. Yeah. If you want to have alts in 14, you're kind of fucked. But my point is I'm so used to not having to have an alt to enjoy another class that the fact that I had to delete my one extremely handsome dragon boy was, and all of the time I spent on that went out the window with deleting him, because I deleted him. because like it wasn't fun to play Hunter. It simply wasn't fun. Whereas in 14, if it's not fun to play a class, you can just ignore that class from then on. Like there's some people who will just like, I don't know. They'll just like level up the classes they don't like through super simple tribe quests or things like that. Trust system runs and things. Or they just don't do it at all. I think there's some people who just don't care about 100%ing. So they just won't do the class quest for it at all, period. Had to delete? Ran out of character slots? Or are you limited to one Drakthir per realm? Could go on another realm. No, Sim. I deleted him because he wasn't fun to play. Unless I'm misreading, I think I commented on one of your videos regarding the Warrior of Light not being the main character all the time. Oh, so you're a new Johnny. We have an old Johnny in our community. This will be the new Johnny. Welcome in. Yeah, I do stream 14 on occasion. It's just that I teach... Can I say that I teach full-time now? No, I teach. I'm an ESL teacher, and then I write. And then I do YouTube. And now I'm doing a little bit of streaming every now and then. But welcome in, Johnny. Well, I think WoW has inherent friction in just about all aspects of character creation. You first put in a 50-50 choice of Horde or Alliance, and then race restricted classes. Yeah. So I keep going into Alliance. So there's that. And then I made a Drakthir boy, and I deleted him after a while because he was simply not fun to play anymore. So that felt rough to me, because I think in my head, if I don't like a class, let's say if we look at Nico, my gorgeous boy Nico, what is one class I've not enjoyed playing? Monk, for example. Not my favorite. He's at 73. On a rainy day, I could pull it out, do a little bit of it, but I'm not rushed. I'm not rushing, right? And that's the thing, is like, if I don't like it, I can just go to something else. But I just with WoW, I felt sad. And so I deleted the character because I just wasn't enjoying playing hunting. Imagine back when the game was new and it took some players a couple of years to level a character. This is almost like bordering on sunk cost fallacy. Well, you know, I had to work on it for years, so deleting it now just feels like a waste of my time. It would be. I would be crushed. Holy shiza. Imagine spending like a year and realizing you don't like the class that you're playing and you're stuck in it. Holy moly. Samurai less? Ben needs to go lie down. Okay, let's just join. Let's join. Holy moly, that's a long wait period. Boys, do you think we should go to Lamia? Speaking of, what do you think, Miro? Since we're all DPS, we're kind of fucked. What do you think, my mirror? Yes? Ben, do you want to weigh in? Do you want to wait 24 minutes? Doesn't WoW have paid class changes now? Only with a new character, Jonathan. Well, I mean, it's your life, Miro. I don't want to make you tank, though. Not on live chat. I'm on live chat. You can pay for a max character, but I think you have to have at least one first. Paying to class change a new character. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I deleted him because I was like, playing a hunter, it's too much responsibility. I don't want to control a pet, so I deleted him. Because why should I have him hanging around on my dashboard if I'm not going to play it again? You watch me though. At some point I'll be like, oh man, I want that hunter. I kept another hunter. Let's swap to Lamia. Okay. Let's disband. Let's go to Lamia. Sorry, boys. I didn't want it to be this way, but we're gonna do it. I've never played WoW. My first MMO was Star Trek Online. However, the transition to 14 wasn't a pleasant one at first. Now coming back with different POV has been a lot more fun. Johnny, I recommend scrolling through my videos and you will find my MMO journey. Because boy, I went on a journey. I've tried it out. The MMO I played the most besides Final Fantasy 14 is Eve Echoes, which is the mobile version of Eve Online. And after that, I went straight to 14. That was a mind flip. I never played anything with tap targeting before. I was a complete, utter lunatic. I had no idea. I had to watch Westcalibur videos. I had to figure out. It took me, I think, 1.5 expansions to discover the legacy camera. That's when my life changed. I was complete shit. But I will say this about 14. It is the perfect MMO for training wheels. It goes so nice and slow. It's super slow. And it does seed you fairly well into playing higher end content. So by the time I got to a certain point, I felt confident enough to tackle Savage. So I actually did synced Savage. I did some Pandemonium synced. Which is wild, considering that I came from, you know, a background where I barely played games at all, to going into trying out a Savage. But Pandemonium was very beginner-friendly for me. And I cleared Pandemonium 1, like, the first 3 encounters of the first arm. So, yeah. It's Eve Echoes is Eve Online's mobile sister. So, yeah. What's my playtime in here? 138 days. What is that? How many hours is that? That seems like a lot. Is it a lot, chat? What do you think? 138 times 24. 3,000 hours in 14. Yeah, I mean, sounds about right. I haven't played WoW since Kata. Hello, Miro. Okay, invite to party. And we'll just wait for Ben. It might take Ben a little bit, because he's coming from across the water. Oh no, he's already there. Way to go, Ben. Ben is on the case. Okay, let's not waste Ben's time here. He probably has more Expedition 33 to do. Okay, let's get going. All right. Let's hope. Okay, Lamia's a bit more popping. Primal's a bit better. Square Enix needs to make for FF11 free add part of FF14 sub. That would be interesting. I didn't make it past Shadowbringers the first time. Bad advice in my own naive nature. So there's a big disconnect from lore and left more questions than answered. This time I'm taking it slow. Yeah. I recommend taking everything slow when it comes to this game. I don't recommend people rush. I recommend people read every line. there are a lot of things that people start thinking about canonically that is completely wrong. Like recently, I started a new character recently, not because I want to. I did it for content, okay? Because I'm trying to do my YouTube job. And I'm taking screenshots now of everything, and I have notes. I'm also doing it for my WoW playthrough. Yeah, here. There's one thing we all remember. It's the group of adventurers what laid their lives to drag Eorzea back from the brink when she was bound for the abyss. Well, I say remember. Truth is, though, we ain't forgotten what they did for us. This goddamned calamity spawned memory loss robbed us of their names. It won't even let us picture their faces. It's like staring at a gull flying in front of the sun. And it's like a shadow set against blinding glare. It's this what's got people calling these heroes the Warriors of Light. That's Baderon. Now, the key here is there's a whole bunch of Warriors of Light. And I was rewatching the first vision you have with Hydaelyn, and there are other people who are flying around with you around the crystal. So this is where I'm saying is because people rush and they think that they're reading and they think that they're clicking and they're like, oh yeah, I know the story. I read the dialogue boxes. But did you actually read the dialogue boxes? Because I would swear that some people have unfortunately forgotten all the details. I'm getting really close to Miro. It's kind of gay, but it's like my thing, right, Miro? Miro is a man IRL, so like I don't know if he's straight or gay. Hopefully he's not uncomfortable. Please tell me if you're feeling uncomfortable, Miro. My Catboy is definitely you know, okay with Miro. One big lesson learned, never let an FC force you to play catch up. An FC should meet you where you are and help you where you are. Oh, Johnny, that pains my soul so much. Right now, we are working with my mod, my sister, Party's boyfriend, to go through MSQ. And we are going to take it slow. And I tried to get my sister through within a reasonable amount of time. But even she felt overwhelmed, so she's playing again with a new character, and we're taking notes, and we're going to take our sweet old time. None of this rushing nonsense. I had a horrible experience where I was in Quarthus. I was chilling in Quarthus when this girl and this guy were running around, and they went into Garuda with me, and we got to talking, and it turned that this girl had been introduced to Final Fantasy XIV by her boyfriend. Isn't that awesome? I was like, man, that is so cool. Imagine having a boyfriend and like playing this game with them. Anyway, and then she was like, yeah, we're fighting something right now. And I was like, oh yeah, this is Garuda. And she was like, Garuda who? And I was like, it turns out she didn't even know what the primals were, because her boyfriend was, air quote, rushing her to the good part, which was heaven's word in his mind. And I was like, what? I was horrified. I was like, I gotta go. Because he was just forcing her to click through all the dialogue boxes. She didn't even know who Garuda was. I was like, oh my lord, what is going on here? Like, I get wanting to click through some of the side stuff, you know, a little faster. But like, how? What? So it was just ooh, we're in. Yay. I'm doing a game journal blog. Oh man, Johnny, that's awesome. Is it public or is it personal? May I ask? Are you on the Discord? Are you on or do you want to join my Discord? We should ask. Party isn't in here. Maybe after I'll send a Discord. Okay. Jonathan is in the Discord, but is Johnny in the Discord?
Royal Knight of Alexandria.
Jonathan is our resident PvP champion.
Her Majesty the Queen.
Actually, need to find out Jonathan's secret to good Final Fantasy PvP. Okay, time for me to die, everyone. Let's go. I have the best summoning thing on the planet. Okay, ready? Okay, I'm ready.
Upon my blade, I swear, no harm shall come to Her Highness.
Oh, this is
You will not
sad.
defile Zelenia's memory any longer.
Oh, I took that. Okay.
Feel the
Well, now I
sting
know.
of my divine blade.
I know this technique. You must keep moving.
Oh, no. Oh, keep moving, as in... Oh, move out. Oh. Ooh, ouch. Best summoning glam? It's the best, book. Like, summoning books, let's be real. It's a book. It's not great.
Fall!
That her blade work should be recreated so faithfully.
Oh, is it recreated faithfully? It's probably the best summoner book glam. It's called Animus Lux.
None to threaten Alexandria.
Oh, shit.
Heavens roar! Fall!
Okay.
Have care. Zelenia was capable of much, much more.
I will show you the soul of a royal knight.
Oh, that was a non-sure castable. Yeah, it's called Terpender Lux, I think.
For the
It's a
honor and
Heaven's Word
glory
relic.
of Alexandria,
It's the
I
best summoning
strike.
relic, basically. It's the only one that will stand out in the ground. Oh, no. Oh, dear. And I died. And Ben
No
died.
more games.
Everyone died. This is brutal.
Quickly, away from the sigils.
Oh, this is bad, guys. Rushing her to the good part, that sounds something
The
like a guy
sigils
would do
channel
in the game
magic.
and beyond.
Be on your
Yeah,
guard.
that's only too true, Leo. I tried the knockback resist as well. I thought I had my surecast down. It's on the lodestone
You've
presently.
No time even to fear my wrath.
Yeah, that's brutal. Okay, I gotta watch this, guys.
You must brace for blade and magic both.
Have at you.
Okay. Okay.
Taste my steel.
amazing healers this day.
How about you? Fall!
I know this is merely a reconstruction, and yet
I have pledged my life to the kingdom.
Wow, we're not even halfway down her health. Holy shiza. She's a chunky girl. Oh no.
How about you? My resolve shall never waver. I am sworn to protect my queen. I will die before I yield.
Ooh, 2 bone stacks. I'm not looking. I'm not looking at myself. Nope. Nope.
How about you?
Ooh, 3. I'm collecting bone stacks like they're going out of style. Oh.
that's right. Zelenia was always there to protect me.
Fall! Taste my steel!
Oh no. I tried to stay in there, but I couldn't
Rage and
handle it.
royal! How about you?
This will be a fun fight to get to learn.
Taste my steel!
I put Adel on her. I don't even know.
Rage and royal! Have at you! Surge!
Sorry, chat. I'm very, very focused. I'm not good at multitasking, which is why streaming will never be my first and only job.
Have at you!
Wow!
A disgraceful display. Forgive me, my queen. I have failed you.
Oh man, Sag. Okay, how's chat doing? Okay, so Johnny said he's doing a game journal blog and it's on Lodestone. Interesting. And there's a new PvP season. I wonder if they I wonder what the prize is. Where's that? One day, I too will be able to, you know, heal like that. I did help with summoning, but,
Did you get what you needed?
I did. Though these figures will complicate matters.
oh dear.
Is that so? Well, if we are done here, then I shall end the transmission.
Okay.
Hold it! If you have no scruples about thus defiling the memories of Zelenia, then there is no way we will ever see eye to eye. You are not fit to be entrusted with the cherished memories of Alexandrians.
I, for one, have no wish to employ the fruits of my research in this manner. It is a waste of time and effort. But since I relinquished my flesh long ago, I must resort to every conceivable method, so long as the hero insists on keeping the key.
Key
Why
keepers.
do you so oppose our objective? With the key, we would be able to harvest ether from other reflections and bring forth more endless. We could give this chance to evolve not only to the people of the Ninth, but to those of the Source as well. I see no reason why you should reject such a boon.
Have you tried living, bro?
How miserly you are. But unless you're willing to compromise, you won't be able to save anyone or anything. Well, I'd say our conversation has run its course.
Oh boy.
Ultimately, what you think is immaterial, for the seeds we've sown have already quickened. The people have glimpsed hope in transcending death, and they can ill turn away from it.
Well, I mean, yeah. Humanity
And
is
thus
always
does my
afraid of
role
death.
come to an end. The rest I leave in your capable hands, Calyx.
As a token of gratitude for consenting to my tests, I leave you with a gift. Be sure to take it with you.
My Catboy is so adorable. Oh, he left us the Selenia thingy. Oh, and a crown, maybe. I like the music in this. It's really good. But it's not. Oh, it is still glowing. It's still glowing, guys. It's still glowing. We can reverse hack it, probably. Something. Well, that was sad. I love the music. Oh, man. Selenia was kind, but she could be stern, a pillar of strength when I ascended the throne in troubled times. Not only did she protect me, she also buoyed my spirit whenever it threatened to buckle under the pressures of my station. By preserving her memory and honor, you've done more for me than you could ever know. Thank you, Nico. Yeah, I gotta play it. FF9 among all the other things I gotta do. Holy moly. Okay, this might be our last one for this expansion, maybe? Sphene stands in silence. Oh no, not this. Oh,
Selenia,
this one. Oh no, not the
It
song.
pains me to think that you're gone too.
Aha! Oh, we found you at last.
You had us quite worried when you suddenly disappeared. What in the world happened?
Then preservation's objective is indeed what Calyx claimed. But for them to know about the Source and the Shards, and to refer to theirs as the Ninth, that raises some questions.
Indeed. But for now, I'm just glad the two of you are safe. Oh, right. While we were scouring the castle for you, we came upon a room that looked like a library.
By learning about the Alexandria of old, we may gain valuable insights into preservation. Might we take a number of books with us? So books still remain. Of course. You are welcome to any that may be of use.
If you don't mind, could we take a look around here first? I'm especially curious about the area over by the throne.
This tiara. It was hers. The Endless Fiend's. What's it doing here?
It's a type of regulator, I believe. It contains the data of the Endless Fiend's memories. Calyx likely used it to create the simulant. Which means that as long as the tiara is in our keeping, we shouldn't need to deal with any more simulants. Strange that he would abandon it, though. Perhaps because the simulant already played her role, like she said. Or Calyx made a copy of the memories. In any case, not much information of import appears to remain on this terminal. But I'll make it so we can access it remotely from the back room.
This contains the memories of another me. The tale of her journey as Queen of Alexandria.
She puts it on.
Might I hold on to this tiara? You may examine it whenever you wish, of course.
Is that a good idea?
Would be for the best, I think.
It would?
Does that work for you, Shale?
No objections from me. All right, I'm finished. Let's head to the library, and then back outside.
Have you learned nothing from Claudian?
Farewell, Selenia.
Very sad. Selenia's like, beep, boop, beep, boop. Just like Ghost in the Machine at the end of the X-Files episode. Raha says, Calyx seems to consider the reflections not but fields to be harvested for his endless. Graha's gonna like go ape shit on him. I do not make a habit of dismissing the assertions of others out of hand, but I cannot abide such callous disregard for life. Yeah, you tell him, Graha. You tell him. Interference made it impossible to locate you and prevented link pearl transmissions besides. Yes, I found a way to handle things, Crow. The Endless Fiend was just a projected image outside living memory, so it was a bit of a surprise to actually see an item that belonged to her. On the way back, I asked Shale why the tiara might have been in the throne room. She believes that it was being used to record Spheen's actions. There's no way to tell now whether or not it was with her knowledge. But it can't be used for questionable ends anymore, so we can at least take comfort in that. I'm glad everyone's safe! Okay. Simulant gave the impression she wouldn't be back, but I suppose only time will tell. At present, we have no further leads on Calyx. For now, perhaps you could take a moment to contact our friends. It would be good to catch each other up on recent developments, and I'm certain everyone would appreciate hearing from you. Okay. I'll take a look at the preservation terminal. Hopefully there'll be something useful. I have no idea what Arenville's up to, Wook says. I shall take the opportunity to review the books from the castle and one grimoire in particular, says Sphene. What grimoire is that? It irks me to think we're being led on by Calyx, but I'll do my best to find clues of his passage. Okay, Krau's probably going to be book studying with Sphene. Y'shtola, Alphino, Alisay, and Arenville should all be somewhere within the dome. Pray do the honors in any order you like. they need more music variety in MSQ cutscenes? Maybe. I like it as it is. I have no beef. Who will I contact? Am I going to contact all of them regardless? Let's go with Alphino. Ah, excellent timing, my friend. I had a mind to call you myself to see how you were faring. How's it going, bro? Calyx, while something was obviously afoot, I couldn't have imagined that such an individual would be involved. 'Tis well you were able to prevent the simulant from sowing further uncertainty. That said, her absence may have consequences. The people of Alexandria still have great trust in Sphene. 'Tis plain in the way they speak of her even now, and in how the simulant was able to win them over. When they notice she has ceased to appear again, rumor and worry will spread. We must be mindful of any pronounced shift in the mood of the populace. But forgive me, it's been battle after battle for you, hasn't it? We can handle ourselves for now, so pray rest up while you can and recover your strength. Oh, we get to do all of them. Okay. Let's do Alice then. Yes, hello, says Alice. Nico, for you to call it blue, is something wrong? No, I'm just checking up on you, Bish. What? You went all the way to the bottom of Everkeep and you didn't think to ask me to come? Suppose I've been fairly busy myself. Oh, she's got a Porksy out. Pleased to say, we've received permission to begin administering the cure for love and sickness to citizens. I'm actually due to visit a boy named Milos shortly to see how he's responding to his treatment. Met him before with Lamachi, I believe. The two of you should attend as well if you have time. Oh, that's heartwarming. Way to go, Alice. Ah, that's great. Ishtola, I've got books for you. Please read them. If it isn't Nico, is something the matter? They all think I'm calling them because I'm distressed. So preservation is behind the recent intrigue. It doesn't surprise me. I'm glad to hear you're none the worse for your trials, though. As for myself, I've just concluded a meeting with Gaussen. I told him about the cure for Levin sickness, and we formed a tentative plan to treat all those who are stricken. I'm now otherwise unoccupied, so I shall take a look around the government sector to see if aught is amiss. And if this Calyx is obsessed with the key, then I ought to begin studying it in earnest as well. Aaronville. When there's variation in the tone of the story, the music can't reflect it? What? What? I don't feel that way at all. Don't they always play the same dangerous music they use for the Asians? It depends. There's 2 to 3 tracks that they use for like suspicious moments. Then there's 2 to 3 tracks that they use for sad moments. And there's 2 to 3 tracks that they use for happy moments, so on and so on. It depends on the situation. There's like varying levels of solemnity and stuff. Mega spaz take. Okay, so I'm gonna just show you carefully because I don't want to. Okay, so this is my music stuff. I recently redid my music shit here. And under OSTs, I have Final Fantasy 14. And this is not all of them. I'm scrolling. If you guys are busy somewhere else, I'm scrolling through a huge list. My Final Fantasy folder has properties, 10 gigabytes of music. It took me about 15 to 20 minutes to move it onto my new phone. I think they're totally fine. In fact, the track that they added from Final Fantasy IX for the sad scene is probably one of my new favorites. But there's tons of old sad stuff. Like that one that they used for when they tell Count Edmont that thing. The redacted scene with Count Edmont. That one gets me all the time. Nico, this is a surprise. Has Wuklamat gotten into trouble again? I see. Knowing you, I expect you're already looking forward to the next obvious trap. Try not to overdo it. Yeah, I can't agree with Sim here. Of course, if they come out with new tracks, I'm not going to say no. I love me more music. Give me more music. Okay? it doesn't feel stale to me. It doesn't feel stale to me. I feel like when I hear a certain theme, I know what that scene is then going to do. And I like that. It helps guide me into exactly what's going on. It's like an additional signal for me. To me, it doesn't feel stale. Maybe to some people it does, though. Maybe to Sim it does. But to me, it does not. I'm in the outskirts at the moment. I've been helping the people with their work and talking to those I meet to gauge their sentiment. Gauge. It's been uneventful for the most part, but there's one notable development. Following recent events, some here stopped wearing the regulators. This has led to a disparity in what people remember about the Queen's death, and the occasional episodes of confusion. I'll be sure to let you know if there are any other changes. Yeah, that would be wild. Aaronville immediately assumes we got into trouble. The mush for Ishgard gives me chills. Yeah. There's a reason it's a theme. I'm aware of what themes are. I'm not arguing against existence themes themselves. Ishgard is a good theme. Yeah. Well, not all themes are everyone's cup of tea, but I definitely know that for tense situations, they have 2 to 3 tracks that they use. There's like the playful dark one, then there's the Asian one, then there's the weird eerie one, then there's that other one that they used in Ultima Thule. Then there's like the curiosity theme, which is that like the Omegaverse thing. I think they're fine, but once again, that's an opinion. Okay. I've talked to everyone. What did the others have to say, if I may ask? We'll be fine for now. We'll be fine for now. They finished treating Miles, then we have to go visit him. Would you mind if I accompanied you? I understand he's afflicted with the self-same condition as I was, and I cannot help but worry for him. Of course, we don't mind at all. In the meantime, I shall take myself around Solution 9 and see how things are. I share Alphino's concern about the Queen's absence, and even setting that aside, the situation is not like to resolve itself while becoming endless remains an option. I had been meaning to visit some shops, so I shall join Kryl. Okay, so Graha's going with Kryl. While everyone's out and about, I'll try to pick up Calyx's trail. I'll see if I can dig up some information about the key for Y'shtola as well. I'll help you, says Galulja. Seems we all have things to do. Still, there's no telling what else Calyx might have planned, so please be careful, everyone. Yeah, you be careful, girl. You're going to be holding on to that tiara. Alright, let's go to Milos' apartment. It's in residential radius 914, if I remember correctly. Okay. Graha's going shopping without us. Saying there's only a few tracks they use for the MSQ as a whole, though not including Dawn Trail. It's nice that there's new music in this expansion, though. Well, there's new music in every expansion. I think the issue I think the issue arises when you play the expansion all the way through from one end to the other. You forget that the tracks that we get used to and see and hear over and over again were introduced slowly. And this means that, like, what we think is overplaying it, or what some people might think is overplaying it, to people coming in, it may not feel that way necessarily because it was new at one point. I don't know. I'm stretching myself here, but I personally don't. I have never at any point in time yet thought to myself, this is stale. Not yet. Not yet. Probably the closest thing to thinking this is stale might be maybe in like a zone where the music isn't my favorite. Maybe. Am I special? Or am I just being weird? Oh no. Okay. I like the music in Dawn Trail the most so far. I'm trying to think. For me, the whole of Final Fantasy, I'm going to glaze Final Fantasy 14 a little bit. So if you don't like Final Fantasy 14, you might want to leave. But basically, from the first day when Ifrit came out of the sky and you heard the first iteration of the Pegathon Zanrak area theme, I was hooked. And I remember roaming in the Western Coerthas, Western Highlands at night to the black and white theme. Peak. And I remember just feeling blown away by certain parts of A Realm Reborn and then by most of Heavensward. Stormblood at the beginning with the least stuff, not very memorable, but everything from Hien onward with the Azim Step and Yanxia, I was blown away. The Asian aesthetic was beautiful. And then when we got to Shadowbringers, I was beside myself. I was like singing along in the dungeons. I loved the music of the Crystarium and how it changed over time. And how like more and more of the lyrics were being sung in the Crystarium as the MSQ went on. Probably some of the most tear-jerking moments I had in terms of music would probably be with like Edmont, a certain person who dies, redacted, a certain scene where you see the person who died with another person who died, redacted. I don't know. There was just lots of meaningful moments, like the Coils music, the music in Coils of Bahamut. I don't know. To me, I never felt like I ever felt like something was out of place. For me, out of place is more important than have I heard it before. If it's out of place, then I'll notice it, then I won't like it. But if it's something I've heard before, but it fits the scene, I'm totally fine. But I am the person who probably listened to Royce Kopp's How the Flowers Grow like 70 times in 1 month, so I don't know. I'm special. There you are. Next time something's in the offing, you better remember to call on me. Oh, okay. Okay. So, Sphne's gonna go air quote undercover. Alice and Y'shtola are miracle workers. I love how Wook is very supportive of people around her. She's been very kind to us. Okay. Is Milos gonna... Hello, you came before with Queen Sveen. I'm glad you came again. I believe he'll be fine now, but just for good measure, I'll administer a healing spell. I listen to the same limited music tracks repeatedly a lot. Oh, I do too, Sim. That's why I don't find Final Fantasy stale.
I once hoped that Milos at least might be made an endless. Then he wouldn't need to suffer anymore.
You feel different now?
I'm glad I didn't euthanize my baby.
Thanks to Alizé, Milos is on the road to recovery. He can grow up and live a normal life.
Yeah. Never call maid.
And I want to be there with him every step of the way. To grow old with him as his mother and not something else. That should do it.
Porksies, the
You're
gift
doing
that keep
well,
on
I'm
giving.
glad to say.
Angelo!
Thank you, Alizé.
Oh.
You're welcome, Milos. Now, you'll feel breathless for a little while still, but don't fret. It'll get easier to speak with time. That said, we can't rule out the possibility of a relapse. As a precaution, I would keep him away from lightning-infused objects. Lightning? Does that include regulators? It does. I understand if it's difficult for you to part with something that you've worn for so long, though, so it's entirely up to you. No. For Milos' sake, I will do it. And if the environment here isn't good for him, I must consider moving outside the dome.
Yep, you gotta do what you gotta do for your kid.
You two would be more than welcome in Tulihyolal.
Yeah, it has jazz music.
It's very assuring to hear that. If you don't mind, could you tell me about the process?
You're gonna have culture shock the first few weeks. You might not want to leave your house for a while.
happy.
You want to order in pizza.
I can talk again. Before, I couldn't even thank my mother for caring for me. But now we can talk lots. I can tell her that I'm happy, that I like it when she strokes my hair.
Your mother is happy to talk to you as well, I'm sure.
Queen Sveen always cheered me up. Always said that she would cure me. Today, I'll practice walking with Mother. And next time, I'll go and visit you.
Thank you for explaining everything.
We'll come again to check on you. So if you have any other questions, just let me know. Right. Let's
I
get
forgot
going, shall we?
how much orange is on Wu Klamat's body.
Please
She is
come back
literally Naruto.
You too, miss.
Now I'm obliged to farm my trust
Good to see
avatars.
Milos doing so well.
The good thing about this game is I'm not obliged to do anything. That's what I like about it.
The strength to hang on, and she didn't rely on any special power to do so.
She wanted her people to be happy. Even though we had to fight, her love for them was very real. And it reached Milos.
I wish to be there to watch him grow as well. To make my way beside the people of Alexandria.
Yeah, you can't do it underneath the hood.
In the name of his evolution, Calyx has wrought much unease and misery. and I cannot condone his path. No, I shall forge ahead on a path of my own, one that honors the memory of my other self.
Yeah, she's the Hokage, but she has Koana with her. Actually, don't care that she's the head of Tuliolol. It doesn't bother me. It never did. Do you guys remember my relief when she said Koana would be with her? I was so relieved because it made so much sense. It was like, if they didn't do that, that's when I would have probably, I would have been like, nah. But the whole point of like, the fact that their adoptive dad had 2 heads, as soon as the 2 heads were basically will and reason or whatever, you know, resolve and reason, as soon as I saw the 2 heads, I was like, it's going to be 2 rulers. There has to be. It's going to be Wook and it has to be Koana. And then when they were like, Koana, I was like, oh, thank goodness. Okay, this is going to be fine. It just made more sense. I remember the relief when Graha walked in. Well, I mean, that's a whole other kind of relief. Holy moly. Oh, we got another one. Okay. Seekers of Eternity. Milos is a kind and brave boy. It did me well to see him. One day I hope I can speak with him about my other self. Come, let us return to the back room, and on the way, let us pick up treats for our friends. A little gift to show our appreciation for their hard work. Do you have money, girl? Do you have money? Uh-oh.
Citizens of Alexandria, please be advised. The distribution of neo-regulators has concluded.
Oh boy.
We ask that all recipients equip their regulators and promptly complete device registration.
No?
The evolution of our kind is at hand. Together we shall rise above death.
Nothing like an announcer to be creepy AF. Did the mom take off her regulator? See, this is the creepy music.
Evolution.
Oh, I love this creepy music.
Evolution?
Those with neo-regulators will become endless, apparently.
You mean there's no more? Well, don't you feel lucky?
Oh, don't worry. They're dead. They're dead meat.
Don't look at me like that. Queen's Fiend said there were only so many.
Oh, I love this creepy music. Speaking of stale
yet.
music,
The more
I love
thought
this
about
creepy
it,
music.
The more unsure I felt about becoming an Endless.
Well, I registered right away. Anything to stop those terrible nightmares of being killed by mechanical soldiers.
Ultimately, what you think is immaterial, for the seeds we've sown have already quickened.
Wasn't this
people
music
have
introduced in
glimpsed hope in
Endwalker? Not
transcending
sure.
death,
They have
and
different
they can
expansions
ill turn away
added
from
different
it.
music in, right? So, but I remember this standing out in Endwalker. Yeah. So it probably was introduced in Endwalker. It's one of my favorite creepy scenes.
The terror of their first encounter with death still lingers in their hearts. Having previously been spared even the idea of it, they know not how to handle the emotions.
Yeah.
The funeral was meant to give everyone the chance to come to terms with loss.
Yeah, it depends on what they want in the
To
scene.
grieve
Then
and
they
move
choose what
forward
they're trying to
together.
communicate to you. I love this track. It's one of my favorites.
But everyone who was wearing a regulator had their memories of that moment erased.
Yeah.
And to see those oblivious, happy souls, those who remembered must have wondered if it might not be better to be like them. To go back to a time when death didn't exist.
And now they've been presented with the chance to do just that by becoming an Endless. It's not hard to see why they would consider it.
If this fear of death continues to spread among the people, what will become of Alexandria? The gifts for our friends will have to wait. We should return to the back room at once.
Oh, you're safe. That broadcast had us worried. The entire populace is on edge.
Well.
So Alphino and the others are still out there.
We have a situation on our hands. A civilian has been killed by a mechanical soldier here on Trueview.
Oh, how interesting.
Wayakwe is on the scene and reports that the problem unit has been subdued by another sentry.
That doesn't make sense. Only someone with the King of Resolve's authority could order a soldier to do that.
It's like incitation to get the people freaked out.
Not good. I tried to check the status of the authority but was blocked from the core system. Given recent developments, I'd wager that Calyx is responsible for this.
Perhaps we should go and see for ourselves.
It's me. There's been an incident in the outskirts.
Uh-oh.
A mechanical soldier attacked a local resident. For no apparent reason. Fortunately, several nearby hunters dealt with the rogue machine. So everyone is safe. But if other soldiers were to...
Yeah.
Wait. Is that... Oh gods.
Death of Aaronville? Question mark?
More hostile sentries are bound for the settlement. I'll try to lure them away and then lose them somehow.
Uh-oh.
Ill tidings, I take it.
In the outskirts too?
You'll go and help Aaronville, won't you? We couldn't forgive ourselves if he came to harm. I'll have Geo join you from Earth and Sky.
I'm coming too. I can't stay here while my people are in danger.
Oh, I remember one track that became Stale Sim. There was this one section in Endwalker when you were in Labyrinthos. That was something else. But there was that lovely break with the beautiful music with the Urianger scene. But running around that zone and doing the quests with that one track, I think Garrett was the one who identified the problem and nailed it, which was that the loop was too short. I agree. That drove me. That was probably the only time where I was driven completely bonkers. If I was them, I would go back and like just make the track loop a little longer and slow it down just a little bit. But anyway. Sphene. So this is how it's outside, these clouds. Ah, never mind. Finding Aaronville is what matters right now. People here took care of me, giving me food and making sure I was all right. I can't bear to imagine the soldiers hurting them. I don't see Aaronville. I pray he hasn't come to harm. Where's Ben? I'm gonna wait here until I find out what happened to Ben. I can also maybe pull him up. Where's Ben? Okay. I shall wait. Okay, yeah. Miro, you go do what you want to do. I'm just going to wait for Ben. Yeah, so I remembered that. Now, we want to talk about... But it didn't feel stale. It was more like annoying. Maybe, but we'll say like that. I would change that. So what's everyone doing right now as we wait for Ben? What's everyone up to? I know Ben and Miro are with me in here. Leo's dying in Elden Ring. I'm gonna... Sim, are you playing 14? Sorry, not 14. Are you playing WoW? What is Epic and Jonathan and Johnny up to? Or anyone else who are lurking in chat? What are the lurkers doing? It failing to multitask while watching Same Old as Always playing WoW? Okay. Anti-regulator themes in the story breaks my enjoyment a bit. The anti-regulator theme? Great stream. Hope to catch the next one. Last sleep demands I partake of it. Have a great night all. Have a good evening, Johnny. Rest well. What do you mean by the anti-regulator themes? Like the anti-dying stuff? The part where it's like, oh, it's healthier to live as a human and not upload your consciousness into some weird zone where you will have to rely on the death of other people to, you know, stay alive. that theme. Okay, Ben is here. All right, I'm going to click on Wuklamat. I feel like the entire approach the narrative took with the regulators is entirely limiting, casting it off as evil rather than a tool with a cost that should be studied. When I first started playing the patch and started doing the normal raid stuff, I was concerned a bit about how they were going to tackle this, because as far as the normal raid is concerned, and as far as I got the feeling from the first patch and so on, was that there were a lot of people that we were going to allow them to continue living with what I consider to be extremely dangerous travesty. That would come at the expense of their mental health and at the expense of other people's mental health. Because for me, it's not just, oh, these are limiters, these are regulators who are just a personal choice. The problem with a lot of the regulators is that it relies almost entirely on the exploitation of other consciousnesses. So I was concerned that they would hand wave it away and they would just allow these people to continue living with what is fundamentally an extremely problematic and exploitative and mentally unhealthy state of being. I am happy to say for me that they are showing grace to the people, just like Alisaie just did right now. Alisaie was like, I understand it will be hard for you to live without it. So if you don't want to, we'll look at other possibilities. But if possible, it would be great if you didn't wear it around Milos. And I actually like that because it shows how these people can't change overnight. They can't transform overnight. They have to take their time to transform. They're not going to just overnight cast off their ideas about life and death and misconceptions about what it means to be alive and stuff like that. And even when faced with the fact that they are literally, using people's souls, consuming their souls, even when faced with the fact that they are perpetuating an exploitative system of both animal and human souls, these people are still okay with it. Largely. So I find that really fascinating how, we haven't gone in and released the souls that they have, as far as we can tell, we haven't gone in and forced them to release the souls that they have trapped. Yeah. So I was concerned that they would not deal with it at all. I feel like they're dealing with it, but they're still letting the people make some bad decisions. However, Calyx isn't just holding on to the regulator that he has. Calyx actually wants to soul suck an entire reflection. So I 100% get behind the direction that they're going with, which is we have to stop Calyx. However, if you notice the dialogue at the bottom, when you have the opportunity to confront him, right? And I said, don't touch the reflections. But there was a second question that was like, wait, you know how to get to the reflections? So my guess is if they go about this a certain way, from Calyx and preservation, I'm going to guess that Y'shtola is going to get another piece of information out of this whole situation that will allow her to cross reflections. So when Epic says, what is it? Casting it off as evil rather than a tool with a cost that should be studied. I do think that from this whole thing, there's going to be a moment where some form of the technology of preservation, whether it's the key or something else, that will become a crucial piece of research to allow cross-reflection travel. That's my guess. It's framed as evil because it requires ether of the living to function. Yeah, so here's my thing, okay? Setting aside my own personal beliefs here. There's no way that a character like Alice, like it would be out of character for Alice and Alphino and Graha and Thancred to just lay back and be like, yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's fine. Now, I absolutely could see Y'shtola saying, hey, can I get one of those regulators? I want to research it. Absolutely, 110%. I could see a chunk of Charlayans being like, can you send us some of those regulators? We gotta take a look at them. Absolutely. And I would assume that somewhere in the side content, they would have to have that stuff going on. They have to. If they don't, it would be a real shame. I would definitely be critical of that. I think there are a chunk of Charlayans and Y'shtola, for example, maybe Matoya, would want to have a look at those regulators to kind of unpack them. But at no point in time would I want to see Grahatia being like, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's great. I think it's completely within character. It would be actually out of character and a sign of poor writing if Grahatia was like, yeah, I'm fine with taking advantage of the reflections and sucking the life out of, countless people for the use of the regulator. I like realism in my fantasy, and that includes solutions that aren't perfect, that are morally messy. I like it within reason. I don't like it too much. I think right now that my world, the world that I live in currently, is depressing and messy enough. I want to go in and have a fantasy where things work out and are just fine. This is why, one of the reasons why I don't want overly complex and hyper psychological stories all the time, because I think it's nice if I can just have a happy feel good story. Souls waste away and are purposed naturally to the benefit of no one on their own. This way mortals can fight gods, not be victims, and it costs other mortals to do that. But there's no gods here. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not on your train, Epic. I want people to have the right to go and have a new life if they can. Like, if you said to me, hey, it would be totally great to, like, suck up someone's soul and then not allow them to have another round at it in this fantasy world, I think it would be against Azim's character, and it would be against certain characters in the Scions characters. Are they okay with it, or do they not like the alternatives, so they're somewhat different? But that's my view on how the setting handles souls as compared to the lecture give on the souls of D&D. The Scions weren't chosen. The Scions weren't chosen by Hydaelyn the same way. What? I got it. Okay. I'm gonna finish this and then I'm gonna get back to this conversation, because I think I'm getting a complete I am confused. I am so confused. What are we trying to say here? What? Okay, first off, not all of the Scions were chosen the same way. First off, not all of them have seen the Echo, and not all of them were chosen. Air quote chosen. Air quote chosen. I say air quote chosen because just because you aren't chosen doesn't mean you aren't special. Just because you weren't chosen doesn't mean that you don't have a valid right to be a hero or to be important. So I don't see what this has to do with it. My view on how this setting handles souls as compared to a lecture I would give on the souls of D&D. Okay, I don't care about D&D. I'm going to put it very bluntly. The end of Endwalker should have told you how Final Fantasy views life and how they want to deal with life. They're not interested in realism. They're not interested in like completely messy situations. They like to have some mess. They like to have some quandaries, some dilemmas. But at the end of the day, Final Fantasy, and the reason why I love it so much, and the reason why Endwalker touched me so deeply, was because it is a fairy tale at the heart. It is a picture of what should be, not what is. And I appreciate it for that. I don't want it to be morally messy all the time. It can be a bit morally messy. There can be some quandaries. There can be some dilemmas. There can be some question marks. There can be some dark moments. There can be some difficult decisions to be had. But I don't need my story to be on the edge all the time and, you know, like, ooh, you know, yeah. Wait 1 second. I gotta take a look here. A party sent me a text message, so I'm just responding. Okay, are we saying that reincarnation is not being chosen? Just because you're reincarnated? Okay, my take, let's say tomorrow Nico has a heart attack in the story, keels over, dies, his soul goes into the live stream. When he pops out, he will have no memory of being Nico. He might be a girl, he might be an aura, he might be something else. And he will not have been chosen by Hydaelyn. He will be his own new person. Completely. That's my reading of how the souls work. The mechanic of the souls work. We were Tenzin at one point, probably, but we have no memory of being Tenzin. We are not Tenzin. It's gone. And the same thing, more or less, for Ardbert. That's why I actually cry when Ardbert offers us the axe, because he is more or less now gone. Now there's a scene where we temporarily transform into Okay, sorry. Can everyone hear me all right? Can everyone hear me okay? Yes, okay. All right, let's take some notes here. Our warrior of light is Azim. Okay. Now, if our warrior died tomorrow and went to the ethereal sea, okay, he or she would still remain Azim, but with no memories of Azim, no abilities, and no calling. Blank slate. That's why the journey we have to Azim through expansion 1 through expansion 4 or 5 or whatever, 6, is so crucial. Because when our warrior of light shows up at Limsa or Gridania or Ul'dah, they are not Azim. They are Azim, but they're not Azim. They are not called, they are not chosen, and they have no abilities, they have no skills, and they have no memories. Now, we are eventually called, but we are called among others. So we're not the only Azims, technically speaking, nor are we the only warriors of light, for sure. But even among all of these people getting called, not all of them are specifically called by Hydaelyn, for sure. My point is that those shards have options to fight monsters that other normal people like those on Solution 9 do not have access to. That is the essence of my argument. This is sounding more and more like Epic headcanon. Okay, I think I understand what Epic is talking about here. This is actually a common justification for bad behavior. I am powerless. Therefore, I am allowed to ... I am powerless and don't have the echo. Let's just keep it simple, guys, okay? Let's not talk about Azim and reincarnation of souls and all that bullshit, okay? I am powerless and I don't have the echo. Therefore, I am morally justified to kill billions of other people on other reflections in order to not die. That's what essentially is being argued here. That's what these people would be saying if Epic had his way. And I think some people probably do. Calyx is saying this. Calyx is saying that. Calyx is saying, I'm dead. I got fucked. I don't have any other option. This is what I got to do to survive, and this is what I got to do to other people. Right? This is what Calyx is saying. This is literally Calyx's stance. This is Calyx right now. I'm dead. I was sick. I died. I don't have any other options, so I am justified in killing, maybe not billions. We could even cut this down here. Let's cut it down to millions. Let's cut it down to millions of other people on other reflections in order to not die. And Epic and I get that, actually. This is a fantastic position for a character to take. I love it. Dark, very dark. However, there is no way that you can complain and say, oh, I'm really disappointed that the writers of Final Fantasy didn't have Graha say, yeah, that's fine. What? Like, that's just not Final Fantasy. That would be like me going into Elden Ring and asking why there isn't any guy-on-guy romance. That's asking something of an IP that is simply not there. Now, of course, there is like some Final Fantasies where you do kill God. I think like, isn't there like Kafka? Isn't there a Final Fantasy with Kafka and the whole killing of God thing happens in a couple of Final Fantasies? But this Final Fantasy is not about that. Like, you literally can't expect Azim or Grahatia or Aliphono. So the people who I think would not agree with this would be basically all the Scions. Now, this is what Epic is going to say. And by the way, this is a politically left-wing thing as well to suggest. This is actually a point of view. Epic would, I'm presuming, so you can correct me, Epic, if I'm putting words in your mouth. Epic wants to see some of the Scions agree, or some people in this story agree unironically and perceive it. No. Yeah, wait a minute. Epic. Should follow my preference. Yeah. So let's just say Epic wants the story to go down this road. And that's where he got lost. Yeah, I think Epic, my issue is, how can I say this? I'm going to go back. I'm going to reread Epic's original thing, because Epic is, I don't want to misrepresent Epic, okay? We love our Epic boy. Let's go back up here. I'm just gonna, because I think he said, the anti-regulator themes in the story breaks my enjoyment a bit. Okay, so he's just being honest about his opinion. That's fine. I'm just glad that they didn't. I just don't think our Azim would. I don't think the Scions would. Now, I think what Epic wants to argue... Okay, so Epic wants to argue that, of course, the Scions and Azim / Warrior of Light wouldn't feel the need to use regulators because they are powerful. So, it's this idea that ergo, only power can truly allow you to make morally superior decisions. Ergo, this is where the logic starts getting weird, okay? If you have less agency, power, you are morally justified to behave immorally. Ergo, if you are a black lesbian in a wheelchair, you are morally justified to push a button to set off an atomic bomb. Like there's a slippery slide here. We just need to be careful. Like Molotoving Teslas, yeah. See, this is where the argumentation can go, though. I'm not saying Epic is going down this argumentation. This is what I'm saying is I don't want to argue this. This is a dangerous argumentation right here. This idea that moral superiority emerges from power. Yeah. Epic. You would not suggest this. Obviously not. Epic would not suggest this. But you can see where this argument can go. This is where the argument goes. Now, is it a slippery slope? Yes. Are people going to go down the slippery slope? Unfortunately, okay, so we can take this off the table here. We're not seeing people setting off atomic bombs. But this is why people are justifying rioting in some situations. I've never been in the position in life where I had to compromise on core human morals, and I feel blessed for that. You know, I have to agree with you, Epic. I have to agree with you 100%. I remember talking with somebody one time, and I remember, I think it was Party, and I said, we will never know whether we would be Nazis until that day comes. Right? We never will know. Now, we like to think we will know. We like to think that we would stand up and fight against camps. We would like to believe that we're going to stand up and not, salute. But we don't know until that day comes, okay? We don't know. But here's my issue, okay? Here's my issue with this whole thing. Is that this argumentation that Epic made here makes for good story. But it is not the only story that can be told to teach us a lesson. Right? Because there were tons and tons of Dutch people. I'm going to try to not get choked up here, guys, but there were tons and tons of Dutch people during World War II who took a stand and hid Jews in their houses. And there were people like my grandfather who refused to work for the Germans and had to hide in a swamp for weeks on end to avoid working for the Germans. And I want to believe that even if you don't have agency, even if you don't have power, you are going to be held responsible. Because I'm religious, I believe in God. You're going to be held responsible by God for what you've done, morally or immorally. And it doesn't matter whether you are Trump or the Scions or Azim or or just a little boy called Milos. You have to do the right thing. And so what I like about Final Fantasy XIV is Final Fantasy XIV isn't going to let physically inferior people get away with just being like asshats. It's not going to say, hey, it's fine. I like the fact that they're calling it out. And even if you have less agency, and even though you have a fear of death, and even though you're legitimately going to maybe not come back after you die, that does not give you the right to take other people's lives away. And that's why I like Final Fantasy XIV's message, because there's a lot of messages out there where we can, you know, look at dark fantasy and we can swim through the seas of Malazan Empire and Warhammer 40k and D&D and stuff, and we have that. What I like about Final Fantasy XIV is there's a bit of a white pill. There's a bit of a white pill, and since I'm black-pilled IRL, like I'm a black-pilled person, I feel pessimistic about the world in general. For me, Final Fantasy XIV is my escape, where I can see people getting called out for their bullshit. It doesn't matter if you're dying of cancer, or if you're a prostitute who was abused, or if you're a little girl who saw your dad stoned to death. It doesn't matter. You still have to take responsibility for what you do. And so this is where I personally see the power in Final Fantasy XIV story, because we have so much dystopian stuff going on with like the Hunger Games and Maze Runner and the Bird Box and the... Well, Sweet Tooth, I think, has a happier ending, but generally speaking, I'm just kind of like, I'm kind of done with the down and depressing. And so that's why I have to gently disagree with you, Epic. But I can see where, yes, this could be an interesting story to explore. And in fact, that's what I think Calyx represents. That's what I think Calyx represents. Calyx represents, I am powerless and I don't have the echo, and therefore I'm morally justified to kill millions of other people on the reflection in order to not die. I think Calyx represents that perspective, and that's why we're fighting that perspective, and that's why I think Epic is sad. Epic is, I think, a bit sad because he wants Calyx's perspective to be justified further. In the face of survival, you cannot afford the morality of not eating your pets. Yeah. So we had this discussion one time, my parents, my sister, a couple brothers, and myself. What if we were the Peruvians who... there was this plane crash in Peru, and there was this sports team that were stranded up in the mountains, and they started eating each other. Now, here's the deal, though. They were only eating, I think, the people who passed away. I don't believe any of them actually killed each other, as far as I recall, but I could be wrong. So the question is, would you eat another human in order to stay alive on the Peruvian mountains? And my mom and I and my sister were like, yeah. And my dad was like, no. Because my dad, for all of his gentleness, my dad is a very gentle and sweet person. My dad is also like deeply moral. And so he was like, no. And yeah. And he was just like, no. But some people would. Some people would. But what if they volunteered is what I would like to see. What if someone says, I care so much about Solution 9 that I want to give my soul to it. But yeah, I made my preference clear. Thanks for being fair. Yeah. No problem. I mean, they could have it where people would step forward and be like, hey, I want to give my soul up. But my only issue with that, Epic, is that that would be extremely unrealistic. Insofar as most people would not do that. But it would be weird if there could be like one person who was like, I want to be out of the cycle of life. I don't want to exist, period, anymore. for me, one of the reasons as well why, like, they probably didn't put it in is the complexity. But on the other hand, maybe some people will come out and be like the story isn't over, right? So we don't know. I don't know who Calyx is. You're ahead of me. Oh. There are accounts of people who had to do that in recent time. Yeah. Oh, hello, Tom. I don't know who you are, but welcome in here. Sorry about this. Vast majority of people don't care, but the vast majority don't wish to be responsible for hurting people. Humans are social creatures and tend to choose to be friendly over being aggressive. Yeah. Here's the thing, right? Most people are followers. Let's be real. I just think that your average 98% of people are not going to, if they knew that they have a 100% chance of coming back into existence and have a chance to live life again, albeit as someone else entirely. So remember, reincarnation in the Japanese perspective and in Final Fantasy XIV, when you reincarnate, your soul is the same, but that's not much. Your memories are all gone. Everything is reset. So, but if you told people, hey, there's another chance for you to come back in another life, in another form, most of them will be very happy and very few would give them up. In fact, I would argue the whole point of Endwalker is to avoid that very thing. The whole point of Endwalker was to save the cycle. As far as I'm concerned, what Calyx is proposing is literally what Meteion proposes, except what Meteion proposed was fair because it was doing it to everyone, so everyone would not live together. So no one would be perpetuating this cycle together. What Calyx is proposing is literally the exploitation without permission of people's souls in order to sustain the chosen few. And that to me is grosser. At least with Meteion, as crazy as she was. Sorry guys for that ASMR, Coke ASMR. You know, as crazy as it is, Meteion at least was being equal and fair. Because with Calyx, the problem with Calyx and the solution there is that if you need a never-ending supply of souls, you will never the energy, if you need an incoming continual energy, that means people will be continually exploited. Then you'll start seeing farms of people where people are farmed, literally farmed like animals in order to create souls for people to consume. But since there's a finite, right? Because in this fantasy world, there's a finite amount of souls. Let's say that it's like 1 trillion. But, you know, there's a finite amount of souls, to all intents and purposes, that we know of. That means at some point it would run out. But it would run out at the cost of many for the chosen few. And who's going to be chosen? It's just, the more you think about it, the more gross it gets. So I'm fine with my Warrior of Light being firmly no means no. I'm absolutely fine with that. But it would be interesting if they could come out with like one of, you know, like that guy who recently came out with that anti-living manifesto. And he's like, I don't want to live anymore. I wish I had succumbed to Meteion. That would be interesting. Think of Shinra and Mako energy. Well, isn't that the whole point of the whole... Okay, so my lore on Final Fantasy IX is slender at best. But the regulators are just a form of Mako extraction? Yeah, isn't Mako energy, the whole point is like they're sucking life from the planet? Yeah, sorry, Final Fantasy VII. My bad. See, I even forget. But isn't the whole point with Cloud and Sephiroth and all of that bullshit? Like, isn't there like an illness? I'm going off of Advent Children, the movie, which probably like cannibalized the lore, but oh, okay. So Tom says, not all souls in 14 get to be reincarnated. We have souls that have never been reincarnated. We don't understand why. Yeah, they're sucking the life stream from the planet. Maybe this is just me revealing something about myself, but I think people would commit to joining their souls to empower a chosen defender or even a robot powered by souls. I can see a culture on it. Well, technically Ardbert did that, didn't he? And that's why the scene with Ardbert was triply meaningful for me, is because this isn't, oh, he's returning to the source. This is a person giving himself up to be part of another thing. And that is a major thing. That's why I almost always tear up when Ardbert gives his axe to us. It's not a whoop whoop moment for me. It's an actual funeral for me. I see that as the ultimate self-sacrifice, up there with Hydaelyn giving herself up entirely. She has no soul. She won't be reincarnated. It's gone. And that's why what Medion is proposing and what Calyx is proposing is gross. Because, once again, both Medion and Calyx are not doing it with the express consent of the individuals involved. It is exploitative, and it's, at least, like I said in Medion's favor, at least she's more equal in the sense that she's going to eradicate everything. But with Calyx, this is for a chosen few. This is not for a defender. This is not for a robot. This is not even for a friend. This isn't asking permission. This isn't anything to do with consent. This is, I'm going to extract people's souls, whether they want me to or not, and I'm going to use them to perpetuate the existence of myself and the chosen few. It's literally cult mentality. Like, I would be completely confused by the lore if the writers had written it anything but negative. I'd be very confused. What I am pleased about the narrative is that they're still presenting these people who are relying on a system that was exploitative. Okay, people died. People were killed in Tural to bring some souls back for the living memory and all of that. Okay, like, we are still treating these people who are part and parcel of an exploitative and disgusting system that resulted in the death of people. Okay, and not just like, oh, we went after the powerful people, the people with the echo. No. They went after other people who were similarly not agential and powerful. And they perpetuate, like, what I like about the narrative is that they're not just putting all of these people in a negative light. They're showing how they're human and how they're scared and how they literally don't care about the rest of the planet, as they want to perpetuate their regulators. They're literally thinking about themselves at this point, which is beautiful and fantastic. That's the messy part that I'm seeing. So the messy part for me would be that in the narrative as we have right now, the inhabitants of Solution 9 and their environs are not being treated as complete demons. They're being treated as humans who are scared of dying. And even if what they're doing is exploitative and morally wrong, they are presented in a sympathetic light. And I think that is really interesting. And that, to me, is the messy part. To go further than that, I think, and to kind of unironically justify it to to us, the audience, and be like, yeah, let's get all behind this and let's go for it. I think that that would counteract everything that we have done up through Endwalker. That would literally counteract Medion, the whole point of us fighting Medion and everything. So, I understand why the narrative is not pro soul sucking. I don't approve of slavery, but I'm not going to hold illusion about my smartphone. Yeah, that's fair. Especially if you have an Apple. Am I right? I'm kidding. A Realm Reborn in Endwalker implied that it's a choice made by existing soul to reincarnate. A soul can choose either to drift forever, reincarnate, or dissolve, or form a brand new soul. So, yeah. When a living entity enters the ethereal sea in 14, their ether is slowly broken apart until they're pure ether and able to mix with other ether to be reborn as a new soul. So technically, if my Nico keeled over tomorrow and had a heart attack, if my Nico's soul didn't hold itself together in the ethereal sea, I too would no longer be Azim. Azim wouldn't exist anymore. Like, on a base level. By the looks of it, it's just casting some extremely powerful healing spell at the cost of a soul. Yeah. So, you know, I hella don't care beyond a shed tear, Lamau. Okay, that's fair, Epic. You can be a baddie McFatty in this game, right? Yeah, so Jonathan, like, the fact that, you know, Emmett Selk was chatting up with Hythlodeus in the Ethereal Sea suggests that you can, like, chill around if you want to. But my guess is, to a certain degree, if you want to let it all go, then you can let it all go and just disappear. But I don't know. I still think that if Azim went in the sea and hung out there too long, he would drift apart. She would drift apart, and they would drift apart, and they would just not, like, Azim just simply wouldn't exist anymore. But either way, I understand why they wouldn't want to go down the pro soul sucking thing, because it would literally go against the whole point of expansions 1 through 6, which is to give people the right to live and the right to suffer, because life is suffering. Like, I don't know how people don't get the point of expansions 1 through 6. Like, this is mind-blowing to me. Like, why are we asking this question here? Confusing. Okay, let's go with Wuklamat here. But thank you, Epic, for that epic discussion. Oh, man, I love my community. They are so challenging, and they get me thinking, and then I'll be up all night thinking about it. It's great. Chat, please settle search the, you know, okay guys, do you want to hear what I want to do? Okay, so I just went on a whole thing about fantasy, right, and fairy tale. Okay, wait a minute, I just need to focus on this, and I'm gonna pause for a second. Okay, guys, what if for the next 5 expansions, okay, hear me out, okay? Hear me out. So the next expansion, things are fine, right? We're doing a regular thing, we're helping people. But we start disagreeing about some things. And we start having memories or visions or something. And then, as time goes on, these kinds of stuff intensify. And then... the third expansion, our character starts making some questionable decisions. And then our 4th expansion, we have a complete break. And we go off on our own and we do like crazy shit. And then 5th expansion, we have a final battle and we are fighting all of the people who used to be our friends. And we are like the bad guy that they have to defeat. And then we are killed and then we're... Anyway, no. Nobody's going to go for that. Thanks for giving me time to eat dinner. And it would just be like the rebirth, and it would show us like sinking down and our soul is cleansed. And we come to terms with the past self that like morphed us over time. And we'd start to realize that all of the decisions we made and all of the people we killed between expansions 3 and 4 were all like innocent people. It would be fascinating. Play as other characters' mechanics. Yeah, like we had like we end up having to play our apprentice fighting ourselves because we've completely lost the plot. But anyway, they will never do that. They will never do that because this is not that kind of a game. But I absolutely would write that kind of a game. I would absolutely write it, but I don't know if I would play it. There's some fan fiction I've written that I would never read. Just because it's so dark or depressing. I hate depressing and dark shit. My life is already kind of depressing. You know what I mean? Like, who wants to be depressed, right? Oh, Ben, you are god tier. Okay, let's go in. Ready? All right. Look at Ben waiting for me. What a good friend. I've played video games with guys in my life. Ben is one of the better ones. That's, I will say. We were brothers. Yeah, epic. I love Obi-Wan, so my heart goes out to him. As someone who's grappling with depression, it's not fun. Yeah, some of us, we can't deal with the dark awesomeness that Epic is proposing. Our minds rebel. We're like, no! But I absolutely would, sorry for running ahead. Don't feel bad, Miro. Go and enjoy yourself. Don't feel bad. I'm just saying, I like Epic's ideas, okay? I don't want to shit on it as a writer. It's just like, Final Fantasy to me is like that comfy at-night story where you just have fun. And that's what I would prefer it to kind of remain. I need it, you know? Like, I played Endwalker during COVID, and I cried my way through Ultima Thule because I needed it. Like, I don't cry a lot in my life. Like, before the age of 35, I probably cried less than I should, you know what I mean? Like, I was emotionally closed down, not ready to confront my emotions. And as I grew older, I became okay with having emotions and being okay with crying. And so I cried my way through Ultima Thule because I felt like I was facing Endsinger in my life. I felt like I had an Endsinger moment in my life where I had to give up my job because I didn't want to get vaccinated. I had to try ghostwriting. I was scared because I couldn't make any money in the beginning month. And I was so scared I would end up homeless. Even though, like, I have fantastic family who would absolutely help me, I don't want to be a leech, you know what I mean? I don't want to rely on my parents. And I remember just feeling so moved, reminded that I have good friends and good family in my life. And as long as I communicate with them, as long as I talk with them, as long as I connect with them, I'm going to be okay. And that's what Endwalker reminded me. And it really blessed me on an emotional and mental level. It reminded me that I'm not alone. And I want Final Fantasy to remain that for me. I'd prefer if it kept light. That's just me. But I absolutely would totally think it would be awesome if you played a game where your main character slowly goes evil. It would be really funny. It'd be interesting. I don't know if I'd play it though. Maybe if I was in a really good headspace, I would. Oh, Aaronville didn't die. This is great. Oh, look, Aaronville's alive. Oh, thank God. There's no way to tell until they sit on you. The ones here also attacked without any warning. If I hadn't been paying attention, it could have been Bradley. Hopefully the others were able to escape. We should return to the outskirts and take stock. OMG, guys, I spent 3 years jobless after losing my job of 10 years. I get depressed too. Maybe Epic is just emotionally really sound. Maybe Epic, you have like a secret power. Maybe Epic is just like really solid emotionally. Because when things are going bad in my life, I don't want to read dark and depressing stuff. Mofo got the Jake Skywalker treatment. Yeah. She hadn't seen Grahatia show up at this point. And Singer was when I lost my job and I faced a horde of decisions and certainties. I wasn't prepared for that. I jumped into trade school as a desperate life raft. Oh man, Epic, I feel you. I feel you. It's scary. It's super scary. Yeah. But maybe it's also a personality thing, right? Maybe, like, Epic, you're okay with watching something dark even if you're feeling really down, right? Maybe you're okay with it. I think for me, I'm just more sensitive. Or maybe I just want to be babied. maybe it's a me problem. I just think it would go against, narratively, it would go against everything they've written to date. That's why it wouldn't make sense to me. But otherwise, you know. Okay, Galul just says, "Thank you, Nico, for protecting everyone. But you shouldn't have had to. None of this would happen if I could control the soldiers. Don't worry, Galulja. It saves you from being a Gary Stew, okay? Okay. They know he would never make the soldiers do them harm. Even so, he feels responsible for the machine's actions. Just a misplaced burden, and I pray it drives him not to despair." Alice A. I doubt we've seen the last of such incidents. Yeah. I didn't expect to see Malachite out here. Given his own trauma, I wonder if he'll be alright. Okay. Yeah, it sounds like we've all been through some tough times.
We're none the worse for the wear.
Ooh, voicers.
But let's see what the situation is here.
Geode and his people came and joined us while we were searching for you. After which we happened to encounter Malachite.
Oh.
It's a bit puzzling, to say the least. Even so, I'll try my best to explain.
Okay.
I was called to attend to the unfortunate soul slain by the mechanical soldier. Yet, when I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered.
Interesting.
Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it.
Maybe the whole...
Did they remember the victim at least?
They did. Their memories of the deceased weren't sent to the cloud, I don't believe. Yet, no body remained.
Uh-oh. Maybe this is like with
Someone
Medion.
took it. Surely they would have been noticed.
Where, like, you know how in Medion, when you were consumed,
With your
all of
permission,
your body
I
would
shall
be
return to the
gone,
government sector
excuse
for
me,
now.
and your soul?
Please take care.
Interesting. Okay. I just wonder if it's similar to Medion, where, like, when the soul disappeared, so did the whole body.
Soldiers do this.
If preservation is behind the attacks, I fear this won't be the end of it.
Yeah.
All the Neo-regulators have been distributed, and potentially 5,000 Endless are about to be born. What does Calyx hope to achieve with these killings?
Well, it could end up that Calyx is actually a good guy and just
Does
trying to
he
do
seek
something
to
good.
frighten people into registering them? Or perhaps...
Thinkers?
Oh, thank the 12 you answered. Shale told me what happened. Is everything all right?
Um...
I see. 'Tis a relief to hear that Erenville is safe. Alas, I do not have good news to share in return.
Uh-oh.
A driver lost control of his vehicle when its interface became unresponsive, and it crashed into the Nexus arcade, injuring several people.
Oh dear.
Kyle and I are helping to render aid, but with the Sentries behaving strangely, we can't afford to lower our guard. Remain vigilant, my friend.
I think it's time to, like, mass exodus people out of the zone.
I just received word from the backroom. A hover cargo on TrueView threw off its driver, and it's rampaging through the area as we speak.
Alphino had a similarly troubling report for me. Apparently, a riderless machine in the government sector came to life near a crowd clamoring for Neo-regulators. It proceeded to mow down several citizens, causing serious injuries.
It's an attack.
This is a tragedy. We must go and help the people.
Yeah?
Sphene, wait! I'm coming with you!
Okay. We're gonna let the two female
Alphino is with Y'shtola,
leaders
and he said they'll be all right.
rush off.
I'll go and see if other incidents have occurred elsewhere.
Should we perhaps follow them?
From here, I'll head towards the quarry by way of the drift downs.
Maybe they need, like, an entourage?
Certainly
Might
a lot
need
of
some
hover cargoes coming and going in those parts. I'll join you.
I shall remain here and speak further with the locals. I have company now, so you needn't worry about me.
Okay.
Then let's return to Solution 9. If we hurry, we can catch up to Lamachi and Sphene.
Yep. It's probably a good idea. This feels very foreboding. And now Epic has a fantastic new job. And I've added more hours, and Ben is still trucking.
Sphene's gone ahead. I leave her with you.
Okay. Mook knows first aid, right? She's a warrior. She has warrior healing skills. It'll be fine. Interesting.
Bloody things have gone mad.
Why is this happening?
Oh my.
Surely there's a finite number of these things.
Yeah, we're going back to the I feel powerless. So as soon as I get enough technology, I'm morally justified to make equally powerless people unsafe and kill them.
Just like before, when Zorolja unleashed the soldiers on us.
Yeah. Just Calyx and not Zorolja. Yeah.
I don't want to die.
Except it's probably going to be like Calyx is like, I have a reason. I was dying, you see, and I just want to live forever. And we're like, Hopefully we'll get some, like, echo on Calyx so we can see how sad his life is. Ooh. Graha being super sexy.
No, you don't!
Ow, crap. Uh-oh.
No! No! Why did you do that? Why? You can't just leave me alone like this! If we had been endless then, you'd still be here. You'd still be with me. But now...
This is what happens when you don't have religion and you don't know about the ethereal sea. The point is, like, you might be able to see them again in the ethereal sea.
Are you alright?
Or maybe not, but maybe you might. I wonder if... Oh, it'd be so cool if we could get killed and we end up in the ethereal sea for a bit. And then we wake up and everyone's like 20 years older. That'd be interesting.
So many hurt. So many dead.
We've been there already, yeah.
This is all wrong.
None of the heavens? Heavens? What heavens? I think the 12 of you are all unharmed. I think I think that would be cool, but it only work in a single player game, not an MMO. Like I said, FF14 is a phenomenal story. But any potentialities for it is limited because of the genre it is held within. And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. Like, I think our constant obsession for perfection in our entertainment is kind of cancerous. There's nothing wrong with holding people to a level of standards in terms of quality so that it's playable and it's working as intended, etc., etc. But this like ongoing desire to have the story do everything with all the bells and whistles is a little silly, because that's not possible. Like, we need to just appreciate it for what it is. But make it real lore implication that Wool really died there? Well, I feel like we did die. In 4.5. What happened in 4.5? But the gods aren't the gods. Oh, okay. So first off, the gods are not the gods, right? We all know that, right? The gods are not actually gods. That's what we discover. So let's be very, very clear here. There are, in the end, in Final Fantasy XIV, there are no gods. Period. None. Now, the gods that people talk about in Eorzea, the gods, as it were in fact the chosen 12 by Vina. Now, they are now gone. They are now gone. Gone. So the gods are technically... The gods were never gods. And the gods that were never gods are now gone. Except for one who is no longer god. He's a human. So we could say the gods who were never gods to begin with are gone. All that they were doing was holding together certain parts of creation. The gods not being the gods aren't the issue. Where did the religion come from if gods cannot interact with mortals? What did the mortals see the gods do that created faith? My guess would be that in ages past, the gods would perhaps on occasion show themselves to inspire people, but the point is, what's the point of worshiping the gods if the gods don't do anything? And what we learn from Final Fantasy XIV, the humanist message, the humanist take on religion, which is, it's not important whether the gods exist or whether they do anything. By believing in it, you can potentially create it from nothing, or in the process of self-deception, you find comfort and meaning. That's the point. And that's the whole point with Endwalker as well. The whole point of Endwalker is not that hope should exist, but that hope must exist. Oh, Epic, in terms of the narrative, I think the gods probably revealed themselves in some ways. Like we know that we know that I think it's in Gridania. Isn't it in Gridania where like they have the sanctuary of 12 and all of that? So I feel like certain Gridanians probably had. Okay, if we're talking about narrative, I think people are not understanding Epic here. Epic is wondering, okay, these gods that were chosen by Ivana to hold together creation somehow, okay, and he is correct. Epic is correct here, okay? Somehow we have timeline part 1. The gods, the 12 become the gods to help hold creation together, okay? We have that section. We know that happened, okay? But then we have another part of the timeline, part 2, let's call it. And in this timeline section, we have people are worshiping the gods, or at least respecting them. Some of them worship them, some of them don't. Like the Charlayans don't really worship anything. So they just like kind of like deeply respect Thaliak. But you have this other timeline section, okay? Worshipping the gods. And then we have timeline part 3. The gods leave. Okay. And say that humans will... that they don't need to exist, and that it's enough that humans find comfort in the idea and not the reality. Okay? Blah, 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 blah. The problem that Epic has, and this does have me thinking, is how did the people know the 12 existed at all? That's a good question. That's a lore question. So, did the 12 reveal themselves at some point to specific individuals? Did they offer shit? Now, I want to know... I'd like to know... Maybe some of you guys have the Eorzean Encyclopedia. Maybe it's in side content that I haven't played yet. What? Aside from Nafika and Ra, they're a concept created by Vana? Were they? I thought they were all just ancients that were friends with her. In the opening of 1.0, their narrator says Eorzea is a realm where the gods once walked the land. I was not given to believe that they were created by Vana. They are not created by Vana, Tom. They are self-preserving Amaratines, as far as I know. Like, they were ancients, essentially. They were just her friends. As far as I know, they were not concepts. Tom, can you cite any lore Do you have an encyclopedia or stuff? I'll keep going. And then I'll come back to chat later. To small solace amidst this tragedy, however. The machine rampage seems to have been only temporary. Soldiers and vehicles alike ceased to operate all at once, as if they had fulfilled their purpose. It's the same outside Everkeep, though members of Oblivion are keeping watch for good measure. The first attacks came shortly after the announcement that Neo-regulators had run out. It can't have been a coincidence. I struggle to imagine that anyone but Calyx could gain control of the soldiers. This must have served his ends in some way. Galulja, are you still without your authority? It's fine now. I'm in control again. How does he know? I'm so curious. We might take the opportunity to shut down the machines. There's no guarantee this won't happen again. Lamachi just talked with Everkeep's administrators about that. They said it wasn't so simple. The mechanical soldiers don't only serve as guards, they also perform various vital tasks, like providing medical treatment and managing food production. If we shut them down, we'd struggle to render aid to the citizens, let alone restore their lives to normal. I made it so they can't use weapons anymore, though. Hopefully that makes it a little safer. Hopefully. That seems the best approach for now. Thank you for your swift action, Galulja. Oh, Sveen's having a crisis. This powerlessness, I can abide it no longer. Oh. No matter how much hardship and loss we could endure if there was but happiness at the end. Yet all I see now is suffering and misery. And I cannot bear it. I want to protect the people for their happiness. I would do anything and everything. So please lend me your aid. Oh, Sveen, you found the words I wished you'd said back then. Our strength is yours, Sveen. Together we'll get through this. Let's split up and get to work. Might I trouble you to report to Shale, my friend? Yeah, I can go do that. Okay, let me explain. Vana's friends used their soul to create Primal Vana. Okay. Primal Vana used her powers to create the 13th. The 13th being the Watcher. Okay. I think the 12 are entities like the Watcher. We know they are being like primals, as people's beliefs actually shape their physical form. Okay. The 12 was later created by Vana after the Sundering happened. One easy way to find out whether the 12 is Vana's friends or concept is ask yourself, who survived the Sundering? Vana confirmed only 3 people survived. Laha, Emmett, and Little Bus. Why using the creation myth after M. Margaret? We know how creation happened. The Sundering creation after, sorry, not before. Where did the cremation, that the whole lore problem, where did the myths come from if it's all lies? Okay. Alright. I see. But why would they make it up, Tom? Okay. From Nature Epic is my guess. He's going to say, people are like, why is the weird light flashing in the sky? Oh, it's because God has bowling pins upstairs and he's playing bowling. And we're going to call it X. Yeah, so Tom is going to suggest Tom is going to suggest that the myths about the 12 gods literally emerged like some people believe they emerged. Like there are evolutionists who don't believe in God, right? So they believe that religion emerged from people making up stories about why nature is doing what nature was doing, right? And some people like Graham Hancock, who I kind of low-key like, suggest that religion emerged from the use of DMT and use of hallucinogenics. Now, whether an actual spiritual world exists, whether God really exists, that's a matter for debate. But if you set aside whether God exists or not, you usually believe religion came out of one of two ways: out of misrepresenting nature and natural events and hallucinogenic shit. Usually it comes from those two. So Tom is arguing, I guess, that the gods emerged naturally over time from people's understanding of nature, and it just so happened that there were 12 individuals holding together creation. My only issue with that is, Tom, is that the people went out and made very specific sections of the world, right? They had little monoliths, right? They had stones around Eorzea where they stamped on the symbol of the god with their respective meaning of the name and all of that. So my only question would be, the names of the gods that they chose are not the gods. I'm trying to just think this through. Aren't the gods original? Aren't the gods original? Yeah. So, Tom's theory, so let's put down Tom's theory, which is the general evolutionary theory. Tom's theory is people named the gods and allotted their abilities organically over time as they dealt with various calamities and natural disasters. And this was essentially the naming, and everything was thank you, Miros, for looking. Smoke break? Okay, Ben, go for a smoke break. Well, we know that Heidelin gave chosen people visions and speaks with them, and those are likely not isolated events. Might it be possible early actions had the 12 in those visions? Possible. Okay, so Jonathan, I'm going to go for a more simple Occam's razor. Jonathan and Chieko. Okay, so Jonathan's theory is visions. Chieko. Gods walked around on occasion and whispered into people's minds and gave them occasional visions, but no abilities, etc. They couldn't directly impact anything, but they could maybe like comfort people or something. The gods would have been titles that the ancients took over, but they did not say that. Well, we know that I flipped. Okay, so Epic, can you once again give us your theory about how did the people become gods? Have you read how did... Okay, maybe I'm just going to Google this. Okay, let's Google and see what stuff will give us. How... Final Fantasy 14. How did the people of Eorzea, etc., know that the 12 existed? This might... Okay. Okay. The 12 are the pantheon of Eorzea in Final Fantasy XIV, consisting of 12 benevolent deities who are said to have ruled the continent and its surrounding islands until the arrival of the wandering tribes. During character creation, Okay, so we got this glimpse. The 12 played a major part in patch 1.23 of the original Final Fantasy XIV. Okay, so let's go down here. The 12 took up residence in the land, which became known as Eorzea, with the Mughals as their servants. The 12 ruled over the land until the arrival of the wandering tribes. Impressed by the tribes' resourcefulness and resilience, the 12 ceded the land, with some becoming patron deities of Eorzea cities. Each pair of the 12 commands one of the 6 elements, and each is associated with a month of the Eorzean calendar. Yada yada. Each of the 12 was reincarnated from an ancient, from the uncentered world, friends or colleagues of Ana, who became Hydaelyn and sundered Aetheris. Using the remains of their souls as cores, Hydaelyn created the 12 to serve as the world caretakers. So Tom is close, but how he worded it was a bit off. So she didn't just create them out of nothing. Their souls were part of the package, which to me is some weird, I don't know, I find that important. So they did not become part of her, Tom. They did not become part of her at all. And that's what I think makes her so bamf, because it was her against a whole bunch of other people. She just went out. Remember, Vana is Azim, ex-Azim. Azim to me sounds just like, you know, Azim's pretty bamf. So Azim, ex-Azim, sundered everybody on her own. That's what makes her so cool. But she uses their souls as cores. So when she says 3 made it through, what I think she meant to say is 3 made it through whole. But there were a whole bunch of people who made it through half, like the 12. And I would assume like Azim, right? Like technically Azim made it through, but was sundered, right? And Hydaelyn technically herself made it through, right? So I would say that 3 whole ancients slipped through, but there were a bunch of other ancients who were totally fine hanging around, like Hydaelyn, for example, or the 12, who are obviously... So when Hydaelyn actually said 3 ancients got through, it's very interesting. She no longer puts herself in that number. Okay. Neil Van Darnus, the legatus of the 7th Imperial Legion, called upon Dalamud using forbidden Allegan magic. Her defeat at Castrum Novum under the combined forces of the Grand Company did not halt Dalamud's descent. The symbols of the 12 appeared across Eorzea, etched into stone and pulsing with a faint comforting glow. Oh my lord, they weren't there before. So nobody was worshipping the 12 before 2.0. So Epic was wrong and Tom was wrong. We were all wrong. Okay, let's all get into the error boat. We clearly missed on some lore here. Right? They intervened. Louis Swa carved those. Keep reading. Claiming that the gods would be stirred from slumber by the united prayers of their vassals, the Elizan scholar Louis Swa Levier, what a Chad, encouraged the people of Eorzea to seek out these symbols and offer supplication to the 12, which is what we get in the oh my lord, my mind is blown. My mind is blown. Oh my gosh. Louis Swa. What a Chad. Anyway, so that's why we get the scions at their various sections praying at the altar. At the little, at the little stony stones. Later on, he confessed to his chosen adventurers that the symbols were carved by none other than himself. Wow, so he did the carving. Okay. I gotta go lie down here. So Louis Swa carved these symbols like Hohenheim. He created the spiritual anchors as part of a he's literally Hohenheim, as part of a ritual to save their realm, the summoning of the 12. Okay, so now we have to ask, how did Louis Swa know about the 12? I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to go out on a limb here. Okay. I'm going to say that previous to all of this going on, the 12 were probably treated as symbols or just faint like fairy tales. Right? But I guess okay, so all right, someone here said, what about Rhalgr? Who said, what about Rhalgr? Okay, so here we have Louis Swa Levier doing Hohenheim and summoning the 12. Okay. Ethereal glyphs manifested in the sky surrounding the Elder Primal's prison with the symbols of his captors, and the ritual failed. Though Louis Swa came close to resealing Bahamut, he held back, knowing that the simultaneous summoning of 12 deities would wound Hydaelyn, the planet's patron goddess. Nurtured by the ether of a dying realm, Bahamut converged on a glowing sphere. Louis Swa consigned himself to his fate, using what energy remained to conjure the power of Althic and deliver the adventurers beyond the reach of time and space. So Althic was the one responsible for pushing everyone 5 years forward. Wait a minute. Althic, was that time? Was he the bro of time? Let's go down here. Thaliak, blah, 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 blah. Isn't Althic and time, right? Yes. God of space and time. Holy shit! My mind is blowing. My mind is blown. He used the power he got from the primal version of Althic to push Warrior of Light. Not just the Warrior of Light, everyone. Everyone. Not just Warrior of Light. Everyone went across. everyone zapped forward to 5 years. So, okay, so let's go back over here. We still don't know okay, so we still have an issue though. Previous to all of this, people know about the gods generally. How? We still have a big question about that in terms of lore. Okay. Then we have some theories about how they know. Then we know that Louisoix used these beliefs and a ritual involving stones to attempt to protect the planet from Bahamut. After failing, utilized the powered up primal version of Althic to zap everyone forward 5 years. The 12 in the Alliance raid tell us that Louisoix did not summon them specifically. Yeah, he summoned a version, I suppose, or not all of them. Not everyone? Well, it says up here in this one here, it says that he couldn't summon them in their entirety, right? We need to use our reading right here. It says he held back knowing. So he summoned the power of the 12. Okay. He summoned the power of the 12. He didn't summon the 12, and he held back from summoning them in their entirety because it would wound Hydaelyn. To be clear, I'm presenting that I have an issue with the raid lore and know how the 12 explain themselves. Take care, Miro. Yeah. So these are not full versions of the 12. Okay, so now let's go back to what Epic said here. So Epic says up here, I just hope people understand that my problem is with the consequence of the gods that do not intervene on behalf of mortals trope in the face of actual religion in a setting with real gods. I'm trying to understand this actually. Let me look at this again here. The consequence of gods that do not intervene on behalf of mortals trope in the face of actual religion in a setting with real gods. But they're not real gods though. Can you explain to me, Epic, the consequences of the gods? What does consequences mean here? Okay, the consequence, I'm trying to get this. Okay, so we're gonna take out this part here, real gods, because that doesn't make sense to me. Okay, primals. Okay, the consequences of the gods that do not intervene on behalf of mortals trope. what are the consequences? Okay. Yeah, we're going to ignore the real gods part. So, Epic is trying to say the beings that did not interact with humanity at all are somehow still worshipped. Okay. And Epic is asking, how could they be worshipped if they didn't do anything at all? Okay. Good question. Number one answer. They did something, but the lore hasn't been developed to explain it yet. So, shitty writing. Number two. Readers projection. Number two, we don't have the full lore because we haven't done enough research yet. Possible. Reader's projection. Tom's theory. I just had another thought, but I'd have to think about it some more. It kind of relates to Jonathan's stuff and Tom's comment. It's either shitty writing, which is highly possible that we're dealing with shitty writing. I also feel like I haven't done enough research. So before I say it's shitty writing, I'd have to do a bit more research to figure it out. Primals are not the original being, but imitations, or what somebody's vision of that being would be given form. Therefore, the 12 themselves cannot be summoned this way, but a primal in their image can be, which is what Louiswa did. As such, Geis's theory about summoning the 12 and the scheme to summon Ralger were somewhat incorrect. Okay. Scheme to summon Ralger. So there was a scheme at some point. When was that scheme? Oh, yes. Gaius Van Baelsar compared the 12 to the Beast Tribe's primals, regarding them as icons and insinuating they could be summoned with sufficient crystals. This is supported by Little Al Amigo, involving an abandoned scheme by young refugees who hope to steal the Malcha crystal supplied to summon Ralger to enact vengeance on the Garlean Empire. Tube Samadhi. That's a whole other thing. Okay. They affirmed they are not primals, but true divinities. When questioned about the appearance of the 12, when Louiswa attempted to reseal Bahamut, Nalthal confirmed this is not the 12 themselves, but a primal in their collective image, born from the wishes and hopes of the Eorzean people, a feat which Izima admired as mankind's hope was so strong it led to their survival in the calamity. Okay, that's nice, but they had hopes similar to mortals, The two deities reaffirmed they are not primals, and by their own laws, they could not appear in the mortal realms as their true selves. The two deities explained that there were times when the boundaries between their own realms and that of men weakened, allowing mankind to catch glimpses of the realms of the gods in their true appearances, this being the reason that mortal life knew the appearance of the deities. There we go. There's the answer. Wow, we just had to keep reading. There we go. Yeah. There's our answer. We just had to keep reading. Holy moly. All right. So, let's go back to our little timeline here. We can delete all this. Delete. Where's our timeline start? Here, right? Oh, Lord. Okay. Here. Timeline, part 2. There. The boundaries between their own realms and that of men weakened, allowing mankind to catch glimpses of the realms of the gods and their true appearances. This being the reason that mortal life knew about the appearance of the deities. And there. Done. I just wish the gods didn't say they hid or avoided us. I wish they said they were careful with us. Maybe the Japanese text says it and that spares me, but I researched Halone. You all know why, and her creation myth of ending so much of Nafika's creations that an afterlife had made me as badass. I might have missed it, but didn't the 12 say they were affected by the... So over time, they lose some sense of self and be replaced by belief of their believers. So the gods are real. Primals of them were summoned with elf and crystal. Then those primals are defeated in the raid. Gods are real, but they aren't real gods. Just powerful concepts that are powered by Vana, old sundered friend souls. People made religion out of them. This is so simple. The 12 become, air quote... The 12 become the 12 to help hold creation together. Now, this is by Vana's hand with soul cores. So they are still their souls. They are still people as far as I'm concerned. Okay? They're not robots. They're not like the Loporits. They are themselves. And that's why they want to fucking go to the fucking ethereal sea. That's why I was crying at the end of the 12 reigns. Because they could finally stop holding shit together. Their story is probably as sad as Vana, if you're going to be thinking about it. Like, we are all crying over mommy dying in that Hydaelyn raid, but holy shit. That's why I was crying at the end of the 12. Maybe I'm just like over-connected to Menfina, but anyway. TLDR, the 12 become the 12 to help hold creation together. The boundaries between the realms allow mankind to catch glimpses of the gods and their appearances, which leads to the creation of the concept of religion and the gods. Okay. So this leads to the creation of the concept of religion and the gods, and this is the start of the whole phantasmagorical city that Oshan leads us to. Right? So like how people would on occasion see this floating area that we eventually find to make connection with the gods. So people are worshiping the gods, or at least respecting them deeply over time. Then here in timeline 4, timeline part 4, people try to invoke the gods, but in fact only invoke primals that are versions of the gods. Either direct representations or derivative versions. And then we could put down here, timeline part 5, Louisoix invokes the power of 12, but doesn't summon them entirely or directly, knowing their connection to Hydaelyn. And I have my own theory on how he knew about that. And instead relies on primal versions of the 12. And uses the primal version power of Elthic to transport everyone to the future. And unlike Tom, I don't think it was just the Warrior of Light. I think it was more than the Warrior of Light. Otherwise, we'd show up 5 years in the future and the entire world would have been more or less gone. I think more people went forward than just the Warriors of Light. That's just me. I could be wrong. I could be very wrong. And then, yeah. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen the ARR trailer. In fact, I would argue he knew about Hydaelyn. It's very simple. This is a very easy understanding why he knew. He knew about Hydaelyn. This is so stupidly easy. Because Charlayan knew about Hydaelyn and the incoming problem of Medion around the time Alfie, even probably actually before the birth of the twins. Like if they came out and told me that Louisoix had actually been down the Etioscope, there's no way Louisoix had not been down the Etioscope. He was a powerful Archon. He was extremely intelligent. He was probably part of the Forum. There's no way he wasn't part of the Forum. In fact, he probably was part of the Forum at one point, because that's how the Levier, that's how Fortuno probably got in, because it's a whole family thing. There's no way he didn't know about the Etioscope. I would bet he'd been down there and he'd talked to Hydaelyn. If he didn't talk to Hydaelyn with the Etioscope, then he at least saw her one-on-one with a vision or something. He probably had the Echo as well. But we could look that up. Where is he? Let's see. Did he have the Echo? Or was he zapping in? He has the Circle of Knowing. No knowledge if he has the Echo. No, no definitive lore on his before past. He was tempered. He can't have had the echo. Good point. Remember that before Garlemald, Charlene had the anti-tower? I'm telling you, there's no way Louis Sois, with the academic, since he doesn't have the echo, there's no way he didn't know about the anti-tower and he hadn't been down the anti-tower. There's just, nah. He had to have had some connection with Hydaelyn. My guess, the easiest guess, is that if he didn't have the echo, since he got tempered, as Epic pointed out, then he had to have been down the anti-tower or the telescope. One of those two. He had to. There's no other way that I can think of a way for him to yeah. But there you go. Timeline complete. Somehow there is no, yeah, Charlene knew of the Loperate plan 270 years ago. There's no way Louis Sois Arc-Levier would not know about it, and his son Fortuneau would. There's no heckin' way. No heckin' way. In fact, if I recall correctly, Fortuneau said that he and his father disagreed over how they were trying to protect the star. By that, we can infer that both Louis Sois and Fortuneau knew what was going to happen, but Louis Sois had a different plan than Fortuneau. And that's why they ultimately split. Now, I have to disagree with you on that one, Tom. I think he knew. And that's why he and Fortuneau parted ways. Because I think Fortuneau wanted to sit on his hoard of knowledge and not tell anyone about it. And Louis Sois was like, no, we need to tell more about it. Yeah. Yeah. No. I would 100% believe, someone needs to ask Ishikawa, but I 100% believe that Louis Sois and Fortuneau both knew about what was going to happen, and Fortuneau didn't want to tell everyone, and Louis Sois wanted to tell everyone. And I think Louis Sois wanted to gather the whole world together to fight it together. Yeah. And also, I remember that whole line of, like, it would be folly to not save the people that we could save. I think Louis Sois fundamentally did not like the idea of picking who would go on the Ark. I think he fundamentally disliked the idea of hand-picking. Oh, we're going to let the Radzatan people on, but we're not going to let those Garlemald people on. Right? I think we can look at that disagreement, that fundamental disagreement between Fortuneau and Louis Sois, and absolutely 110% assume that Louis Sois knew. Yeah, I'm gonna plant my flag there. I'm gonna plant my flag there. Yeah, it's not stated, but I think it's incredibly. Yeah, we'll just have to agree to disagree on that one. I personally, I think he wanted to, I think he had fundamental differences with Fortuneau about things. And I think he probably knew. But it doesn't matter how he knew it. It doesn't matter whether he knew it. What we do know is that he had a relationship with Hydaelyn somehow. Whether it was the anti-tower, whether it was something else, we don't know. But he somehow knew enough to know that summoning the entire 12 would hurt Hydaelyn, the planet, or Hydaelyn, the person. I'm not sure. Once again, Tom has an opinion on that. I'm not certain about that part. But yeah. Epic Does this information here satisfy your question about how did the gods get worshipped in the first place? He knew Galuf, and by extension, Kryl. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he probably had heard about a lot, right? Like even Matoya, when she first met, like, Raha, said something like, aren't you Galuf's boy, or whatever. Like, those old people got chatty. But Timeline Part 2 solves a lot of it for me. Yeah, okay. I would like to rewatch that scene. Epic, to verify this information. We got this off of a wiki, okay? This is not enough. We have to verify this, okay? So according Kryl ripping on Alfie when we meet her. Yeah. Oh, so good. So it says the two deities. So this is when Birgot and Ralger appear in front of the statue and talk. So next time that I have time or something, I'll try to get to that scene and I'll try to see if we can get the exact quotes for this. But right here, it seems to suggest someone somewhere has this knowledge here. Timeline Part 2. If the question is, did Louisoix believe Heidelin to be a real entity? The question is yes. Did he speak or talk to Heidelin, or have any of the answers? No. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Once again, if it comes out that he did, I'm fine. If it comes out that he didn't, guess what? I'm also fine. That to me is like minor. For me, it's this part here. I think this makes it more sense. The answer is yes. Yeah, I'm not particularly tied up to whether he this or that final day. I would like to believe he knew about the final days. As chat knows, I am a huge fan of men who know the future and manipulate their way to the future, like Lelouch in Code Geass. I would love for Louisoix to be that kind of person who saw far enough ahead that he's like, yeah, that's what I gotta do. Like Minato Namikaze in Naruto. Also, Bamf. Shigure, Fruits Basket, Bamf. Like, I love men who, like, plan things so that everything turns out a certain way. It would be great. It would be great. Just like Vana and Azim kind of did, sort of, in their own little way. Okay, let's click on Shale. It's been a trying day, you don't say, but it seems the worst is behind us. What's the situation out there now? It's later than I thought. You've moved quickly to restore things to normal. Thank you. While disarming the soldiers is indeed prudent, it's far from comprehensive measure when vehicles can be commandeered to inflict damage and sow chaos. For the time being, I'll set our people to keep being close watch machines. I also have in mind to consult the authorities about enlisting hunters to our aid. I must gain my proficiency in magic. To that end, I shall seek advice from Y'shtola and Alice. Okay, good luck with that. Among the books we recovered from the castle was a grimoire I once used. I hope to learn to wield it again at everyone's side. Oh, okay. New class incoming for next expansion. As for the key, I think it's best that it remains in your care, though it means you will bear the grit. Oh, I'm going to get the key back. In order to achieve your burden, I shall endeavor to become a capable warrior and make Otis and Zelenia proud. Okay, I don't think I ever gave the key away, actually, now that I think about it. How did the stream hit 4 hours? I know! How does time fly? Holy shit. It was just a trial and like 2 quests. Oh, Lord, I'm on a roll, chat. I don't know why I'm so fucking chatty. Okay, let's... Okay.
By illness weakened, by wounds unmade, by age decayed. Such fragile flesh is worthless to us.
I mean, I low-key can't disagree with him, but it's not good.
How mankind should evolve, shall evolve. I have already arrived at the answer.
I kind of welcome it, honestly, Epic. It was very thoughtful, and we went down a lore route, which I think is fantastic. I believe we all came out of this smarter than before.
To pose a new question.
Okay, new question. Reprieve from death, but at what cost? For endless life. A legion lost. Well, yeah. Oh. I'm just glad my intentions are trusted. I'm someone who doesn't want to get into that kind of mental mindset where you read negativity into everything. You know what I mean? Like, we need to just assume that someone is being genuine and asking a genuine question. And you were bringing up a very good question, is were the writers sloppy? Because with a large piece of narrative like this, right, we shouldn't be surprised that there's gaps, right? So this is a good gap to ask, which is, why would people even worship the 12 if they couldn't even really interact with them, and the 12 are like distant and unable to interact with them? So how did that even mentally, logically happen? Well, now we kind of have an answer, but I still feel like we should probably check it out in a cutscene. So I'll probably do a little bit of research and see if I can get my hands on that particular dialogue box. Maybe there's like a website online that tracks down all the dialogue. But yeah. I think we have emerged. I think we have emerged from a very, very intense lore session. I hope everyone had a fun time, though. I had mentally imagined myself playing potentially another game. But it looks like we've done really well for time. I'm going to just mute myself for a second here. And go check in on party. Okay, wait 1 second. Okay, sorry about that, everyone. Just checking in with my sister. I could hear the strummer's thoughts. Oh darn, Epic's popping off in chat again? Nah. He reminds me of the second Super Genie's detective after Elle died. Yeah. He is kind of pale like that, isn't he, Leo? I didn't read much after Elle, but I knew enough about the replacement. You gotta make her a drink at your club now. It's better to assume stupidity than malice most of the time, at least with me. Uh-huh. I don't assume stupidity, but I assume the best intentions. Sometimes stupidity is actually the best intention. But I wasn't assuming that Epic was stupid. I assumed, as usual, that he was asking this because we all know that Epic is a lot like me. He is a writer. And some of his writing is based off of lore that he gathers from in this game. And sometimes that takes his headcanon into some interesting places that result in interesting interpretation of actual canon. But the reality is that when Epic first asked that, I was a little confused, but once I figured out where his issue lay, I did start to wonder, like, was this a gap in the narrative? Had the writers not done their due diligence? It seems like someone thinks the writer did their due diligence, but once again, it's a wiki. We need to be very cautious about just accepting a wiki, okay? People might just be making shit up in the wiki for all we know. So I will try to go at some point and actually do some research, as any good person who's into doing research should, because it's just yeah, it's just a shame to accept something at face value without checking. So I will check. Will I make a video? Should I make a video of what we talked about? I don't know. Let me know, guys. Okay, I promised my sister that I would make her something. So I'm going to just switch classes for a second here. Okay, now where is she? Where is she? So Tom, I'm assuming from how you're discussing the game that you are also a player yourself. Welcome into chat. Is this your first time watching one of my FF14 streams? I don't know if you know a ton about me, but I teach English and I write. So I tend to be a bit more cerebral. So you do wonder at the Japanese translation? Oh, I've gone down that road. So, like, my issues with Elidibus, for example, how people portray Elidibus, actually sent me to the Japanese short story, and I had to dust off my baby Japanese to do more research into a specific word used to describe Elidibus, or refer to him, because I was extreme. One day I will do a video on it, but I was extremely... benefits of a fresh arc. You know, this is where I think, like, starting fresh is so crucial. I can't agree with you more on this one, Epic. Like, if things went on endlessly, it's just really hard to keep a handle on it. Stories that have a finite... Stories that are finite have there's my long-suffering MS Curator, Ben. Okay, we're gonna go in search of Koa, because I don't see Koa. Koa said that they'd be at the 8th rite, but now they're not at the 8th rite. So, like, where are they? Stupidity could also be ignorance. No, unfortunately. There's a difference between the word ignorant and stupid, unfortunately. Yeah. You have to be careful. The word stupidity has a certain connotation around it that connotations matter in English. I'm sure they matter in other languages as well. But stupidity, let's just say the connotation around stupidity is very clear. It's more linked to being unintelligent, not ignorant. That's completely different. Yeah. Yeah. Unintelligence has to do with being low intelligence or having a low IQ. That's what stupidity is linked to. A good Discord to join for deep diving 14 lore is Anonymous's Discord. Oh, is it? He's one of those guys that digs deep in the lore, including comparisons of each language to see if there's a difference in word choice. Yeah. See, I could get lost in that. I could go down that road for sure. Yeah. Okay, where's Koa? I feel like I've gone the wrong way on so many levels. Okay, so you know what? I'm going to go here, try to find them. It's the difference between intelligence and wisdom. Yeah, stupidity is about having a low IQ. Ignorance is about simply don't have the facts. To be called ignorant, in my opinion, is not great, but it's mildly better because if you're ignorant, it means that you have a chance of figuring it out. Stupidity is like more of a slap in the face. If someone called me stupid, I would take it much more personally and not be as happy than if they called me ignorant. Ignorance I can fix, stupidity I cannot. He contributed to the encyclopedias, if I recall. Oh, wow. That is phenomenal. That is so cool. Okay, where did Koa go? OML. I'm gonna have to talk in my free company. Oh, you know what? Oh, shoot. Oh, no. Oh, no. Wait 1 second. I just realized I'm on fucking Lamia. Wait 1 second. We had to go to Lamia, remember? Ben, I'm so sorry. You should feel free to leave and go elsewhere. You can... I know that probably Ben is playing hooky from V Rising / Expedition 33 / something else. Your video about the interview with Yoshi P came out. Honestly, you took the words out of the mouth about the story, where like being the main character focus and how they didn't really become more of a focus until Shadowbringer and Endmark. Even then, I wouldn't say they were the main focus of the story. Oh, hello, Hatsworth. Wow, I'm getting some new Final Fantasy 14 people in here. Welcome in here. Yes. I hope you enjoyed my video. I know that some people in the comment section were going off because they really hold to the fact that they are the main character. They're suffering from main character syndrome. Understandable, right? You make this absolutely gorgeous cat boy. You're completely in love with them. They go on this long adventure with you. You've leveled them up through several classes. I think suffering from main character syndrome is inevitable. I think it's part of the game. I talked about it with my sister because she's a much more, can I say, regular player, right? So the problem with Chieko is that my brain has 2 levels going on all the time. It's one of the reasons why I sometimes sound like I'm not all there, right? My brain is like always slightly distracted by something theoretical going on in the background. And yeah, when I experienced the story, I experienced it on 2 levels the entire time. And so when I came away from that story, I felt so blessed because I experienced something that felt so deep and meaningful to me. And some people got it. Some people experienced the same thing to varying levels. Like, people have different perceptions, if you will, of, oh no, uh-oh. I can come to Limsa and I go to Gridania. Yeah. No. Hey, Ben. Hey, Ben. How's it going? Ben, do you want to see Chieko in the flesh? I got a new... Oh, wait a minute. I sent you photos of her outfit already. Never mind. Anyway, so basically when I started kind of talking more with the fandom of 14, I came to the conclusion that some people weren't contextualizing the Warrior of Light properly, in my opinion. They were just... I just felt like maybe we need to review the story again. So that's kind of where my take comes from, is, you know, I've been reviewing the story again and again, and yeah. Oh, here's my sister playing this very handsome Elysian gentleman. Hello. What is he doing? Oh my lord, that's an outfit. That's an outfit. That's pretty that's an outfit. So stupid people are ignorant because of their condition, yes. But someone ignorant isn't necessarily stupid. Mwah, Leo. You got it. You got it. Yeah. You got it. Wonder Woman comes to mind, and I just mean your favorite version of her, right? She's entirely ignorant in the modern world, but her brilliance shines in combat and aggression. Okay. It's the booba. So intellectually, she often covers as a museum tour guide for ancient Rome and Greek culture she lives in. Sorry, it just came to my mind immediately. I wonder why, Epic. Whenever I try to point out the power scaling Warrior of Light on Reddit, I always get downvoted. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I need to make cobalt ingots. I think I can downgrade from high quality, right? You can like do ethereal reduction or something. I'm pretty sure. Okay, cobalt ingot. It's smithing? Or is it armor craft? I think I'll do armor craft. Yeah, that's much higher. In Spanish, at least in my grandpa's times, ignorant just meant dumb. I'm learning things. Yeah. Coffee time, BRB. But anyway, so I don't know if Hatsworth is still in here, but Hatsworth, did you feel like the Warrior of Light came to the fore, particularly in Shadowbringers, because I felt the Warrior of Light, like, not so much came to the fore, but like finally the lore was about them and their background. So it gave them the feel of being the main character, but there was so much else going on around it, really. Yes, it felt like Shadowbringers is when they were a bit more of a focus, but not completely. I 100% agree, because there was everything going on with Emmett Selk, and then there was the redacted Exarch. But once again, what I really love about the story is, even though we're not the main character, we have so much self-respect for ourselves that we act like we're the main character, if that makes sense. So that's why I'm very... I also love the story for that reason. It's like, we don't have to be the main character to be important to ourselves. I might just go do some gathering. Exactly, yeah. I did a video. I don't want to... I hate... I hate upselling myself here. Okay, I really don't like doing this, but I'm going to do it, okay? Just... so cringe. So if you go to my channel... oh, this is so cringy. Okay. On videos here, okay, if you go down, you will see, I don't know if you've seen this yet, Hatsworth. Where is it? How far back is it? Oh, the Chosen One. Or the Nobody. Oh, I can't click on it. Oh, I'm going to hear my own voice. Oh. Okay, I'm going to just quickly click. No! Okay, there we go. Okay. Oh, that's... Oh. Okay, so here we go. There's this video that I made. It's called... I asked Miss Thor there, if you can play completely... You cannot be evil in 14. This is an MMO. No choice. Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn to Endwalker spoilers, The Chosen One or the Nobody, an exploration of a false binary. I don't know if you commented on this. I don't know if you're in here. Maybe not. So you may not have seen this video. It's called The Chosen One, the False Binary. I am afraid to watch this. But if you want, I go into The Chosen One. What is the definition of a Chosen One? I go full lecture mode. Okay. I talk about what is the Chosen One. I just saw an Oprah meme. But anyway. Yeah. You're all chosen. You're a chosen one. You're a chosen one. You're all chosen ones. And then I talk about the Nobody, the definition of the Nobody. And then I talk about Final Fantasy, where it stands. And then, look at me go. I use proof. And then, that goes on for a long time. Like, I use actual I take a look at certain scenes, and then I do other notes about the meteor vision. And then I talk about Azim's duty. And getting serious. We all have impact. And this is where I kind of do like a kind of preachy so what. And then I talk about Dawn Trail. So if you want to listen to my voice, which is kind of cringy, feel free to watch. We come to FC, we have tons of mats. Okay. Sorry, talking to chat. Has anyone here not finished Shadowbringers? Yeah, good question. Where's everyone in the MSQ? Tom, Epic. Where's everyone in MSQ according to, like, you know? I'm on A Glimmer of the Past. Okay. Okay. Leo is at 0. He hasn't done anything. Hatsworth. Jonathan. Tom. I know Miro. I know where Miro is at. Miro's sleeping right now, but I know where Miro is at. I got no high quality. Yes! Trade. I'm 0 to the left. Yeah. Carpenter. What logs are these? Spruce. Okay, so while Nico does stuff for her beloved sister, let's chat. Does anyone in chat want to start up a comment? I mean, in a little bit, I'll probably sign off, but anyone have anything that they want to chat about, or any details from the video that they want to talk about further? What is your favorite scary movie or book? Oh, wow. Okay, Epic. That's great. scary. Annihilation by Jeff Vandermeer. I don't watch or read a lot of scary things because I'm I am a very scary What do you need, Ben? What do you need, Ben? Where's Ben? Like, I got scared from reading, like, Annihilation by Jeff Vandermeer, and I got scared from watching Kong Skull Island, and I got scared from Shutter Island, and I got scared from Pacific Rim, and I got scared from most shark movies, and I got scared from... a lot. I get scared a lot. I guess I'm a little, yeah, I guess I'm a little bit like jumpy. So I would say Annihilation, Pacific Rim, Shutter Island. I was scared by, Oversea and Under Stone. Like, the weirdest things give me heebie-jeebies. What about you guys? Are you guys also, like, sometimes, like, weirded out by shit? Sometimes I am. I may not have any suitable garments for getting in a thing. Oh, yikes. Nope. I do not like that. Wait 1 second. I'll switch to Fisher. It's the closest to being water gear. Wait a minute. Is Ben wearing... Oh my lord! Okay, that was... Oh, that's adorable. Ben is actually wearing... I think I killed my throat. I think I'm dying. He is so adorable. He's really the best Lala ever. Ever. You're like up there with Pippin, really. Dragon's Bride. Was it the 2 dicks that scared you? The chant had a chance. Did you ever lose your temper with a student? No. I only, like, you never, ever lose your temper. Like, okay, how can I say this? You can get angry, but you can never show it. You can be sad, you can never show it. You can be extremely proud of one student in front of a whole bunch of other students. You have to be careful about how you show it. Because the reality is that like, however you feel, you can't let it affect how you teach. So I have definitely been angry at a student. I've been disappointed. I've been very proud of or happy or sad. But it's not a professional to lash out or act on those emotions. You can absolutely feel them, but you cannot act out on them. You're in a position of relative power. Even, long distance on the internet, you are still the adult. You are performing for them. You're modeling for them how to deal with things in life. And they're part of the problem sometimes. So how you deal with them being a problem will hopefully be a model that they can think back to and think, my teacher behaved like this when this was going on, so I can do it too. So it's about being a model and about modeling behavior, modeling control. I liked the book, not so much the movie. Yeah, the book was really great. But I will say this about the movie. The movie was probably the first time where I actually respected Natalie Portman. The Ring gave me sleep. Oh my gosh, I watched The Grudge. That was scary. Torture Corn. Oh. Movies like Green Inferno and things I won't list, but I love watching movies about body horror, cosmic horror, human determination in the face of it. So it would be movies like Silent Hill and Aliens and games like Dead Space. Okay, I'm going to be honest. I've read a lot of Lovecraft epic. For some reason, I'm more fascinated by Lovecraft and I never got heebie-jeebies from it. Not yet. But sometimes I get heebie-jeebies from the weirdest shit. Like there's a book by Neil Gaiman that gave me heebie-jeebies. It's like an icky feeling. It's like oil or ooze. You know what my favorite scary stuff is, Epic? I love X-Files. And I do love a good Cthulhu story. I'm not gonna lie. And when I say I was scared by Shutter Island, I don't want that to be mistaken as being Shutter Island was bad or like Shutter Island was shit, okay? Like I don't want to say that horror films are bad or anything. I just mean to say I don't watch a lot of them because I get really scared. And then I start like hiding and I start like covering my eyes. Like those girls who would like grab hold of their boyfriend's arm and like bury their head in the shoulder kind of thing. I would absolutely do that if I had a boyfriend. Like that's my only cute moment. But generally speaking, I don't seek out being scared because I think I get scared really easily. Like I can scare myself. So I have to be really careful. Cutting, like the idea of someone cutting open their hands. Like there's a scene in Lord of the Rings where one of the wild men swear to Saruman and they cut open their hand with a dagger. I actually flinch and I can't watch it happening. So anything to do with glass, cutting of hands, cutting of the face, cutting of the upper body specifically. There was a scene in John Wick 4 that made me flinch, but I watched all of the rest of John Wick 4 just fine. I had a teacher who slapped a student. Oh my lord, it was crazy. But because nobody liked the kid and everyone found him annoying, nobody said anything. Look, I think there are times and places for children to get a little walloping, but the only issue is that doing it out of anger is never good. It teaches people, it teaches kids that hitting things when you're angry is fine. And that's not the case. That's clearly not the case. So I'm okay with spanking, but it cannot be done in anger. It has to be done when everyone is calm and collected and cool. Maybe someone unrelated to the situation, like a parent. Obviously, only the parent should be spanking their own children, if necessary. I don't think a teacher should be slapping or spanking anybody. I just don't think it's professional, and I don't think it's helpful necessarily. I do think some teachers getting fired or reprimanded for being verbally a little harsh. Like, I think it's okay to tell a student you're in trouble, or like you're going to be in this is a path that's going to take you into dark places. Like, you need to get a grip. Like, I obviously I'm a huge fan of being blunt with children. Children don't need to be coddled all the time, but there's a level of professionalism you need to maintain. And if you're letting your emotions rule you to such a degree, then you should not be in charge of people. It's the same thing for being a president or a police officer or a doctor. Like, as soon as people's lives and knowledge are dependent on you, then I think you need to be very professional about how you're behaving. I stay in my lane. Remember that. I hope I'm a moral person. Combine that with the paralyzed sleeping now is live. Neil Gaiman himself gave people the ick. Now it's like poetry. While they say that art imitates life, right, Leo? Lovecraft himself was a man who lived a life of fear. Yeah. So his writings didn't actually explore the threat of horror, since he lived in fear of things that never actually touched him. Yeah. Well, I think he was not only just afraid, I think his starvation, and it's possible that he was so starved, his body was boosting him into a hallucinogenic space where he saw things. But me. X-Files? Yeah. Good times. I'm currently watching it with Party, and we're having a good time. I think we're in season 4. But we don't have a ton of time where we can watch it, unfortunately. Between streaming, making videos, teaching, writing. Yeah. Well, think about how you would feel about his writings if he also detailed physical trauma alongside his descriptions. Cosmic horror, its modern interpretation does that. Dead Space, for example. Yeah, I am very sensitive, so I don't know how I'd handle Dead Space. I'm going to be real. There's a game called Alan Wake, and there was another game called it was like a point and click visual novel type thing. Anyway, I could never finish that because it got too scared. I couldn't finish the first what's it called? What was it called, chat? What did I tell you? I couldn't. The first Nathan Drake. What's it called? Oh, you know the video games with the Drake series? Whatever. I'm not watching. Uncharted? Yeah, I couldn't finish the first game of Uncharted because I got to the submarine, which is like really in the beginning, and in the submarine thing, the Nazi submarine, there's like these white things that come at you out of the dark, and I could not shoot them, and I kept getting scared, so I couldn't complete the game. That's how sensitive I am. And I would watch spoopy stuff. Like, I would watch spoopy stuff with my favorite streamer. What's his face? It's been a hot minute since I've seen any streams. Smokaloke. I love Smokaloke. So he does spoopy streams sometimes, and I would watch him play stuff, and watching him do it felt better. It felt better, and it was on the second monitor, so I could look away if I wanted to. But if I myself was playing it, chat, you guys would be molding. You would not enjoy me playing it. I would just be a mess. But I do love me some good Lovecraft and Cthulhu. But Lovecraft was hella racist. He was wildin'. Yeah. For real. Isn't Ben so adorable? Best Lala ever. Bucket Lala. So adorable. Playing Resident Evil 7 in VR freaked me the fuck out. Oh my lord. Can you imagine playing a horror game in VR? That's a no. That's a no. That's a... Nope. No. No. Do you know what I got scared from playing, guys? Okay, do you want to hear a new low? I just remembered. I got scared from playing No Man's Sky. I was alone on a moon that I'd landed on. It said, no flora or fauna. But there was, like, these water. There was water on this planet. But there was no... Maybe there was flora, but there was no fauna or something like that. And I needed to go grab some materials, so I hop in the water. And as I'm swimming in the water, I'm like, no flora... Or was it no fauna? I forget what it was. And all I could think about is something might be in the water with me. That's all I could think about. And I was like, and I was just like, I can't. I gotta get off. I was literally psyching myself out because of what could be in the water. Even though when you landed on the planet, it said there's nothing in the water. Like, there was no animals at all on that planet. So I'm suddenly like, no fauna. Fauna means no animals, right? There's no animals in here, right? Right? There's no fish in here, right? There's something about, like, being all alone. It really, yeah. After watching X-Files, I can't be in the dark in my room anymore. Oh, what? I totally use my flashlight walking to and from my door at night. Oh no. I only went into the water in Jamaica because it's actually clear. Oh, are you going to try to get your dreadlocks back, Epic? I admire men. There are these men that exist who are like tough bros and they just laugh at everything. Now, I find that to be a bit sad. I'm a bit sad when they do that. But it's like there are those people who just laugh at stuff. It's like, wow, how can you do that? They didn't air it? Oh. It's hokey, Leo, okay? You gotta go in realizing that sometimes they're trying to make a statement. I've abused your comment section? Oh no. What did Shay do? I must go and find out. Okay, I can't wait. Oh, Shay has left messages! Interesting. I can't wait to see Shay's feedback here. I'm so interested because Shay plays WoW like in a more role player capacity, right? So like of all the people, you might have more. Garrison did not really kill roleplay for role players though. I visited many roleplay garrisons and did many open world roleplay sessions. It was really non-RP players who cloistered in their garrisons. Okay, so it was the non-RP players who cloistered in the garrisons. That's so wild. Oh my gosh. But that makes sense, right? Because you said that the garrisons were extremely, like, they were full of utility, right? So people would want to be in there to click on the shit to get their resources, right? These players are a weird bunch to me. They don't socialize in the open world. They're just on each other's screens, and most of them don't even like each other due to WoW's weird community schisms. So I'm not sure why a player like Preach is even bothered by a lack of bodies on screen that he never interacts with unless the game forces him to do so. Oh, Shay, that is maybe too logical. That is maybe too logical for them. Oh, that's so good, Shay. I'm going to give you a heart and plus. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Okay, I'm going to read your other ones later. Make houses large again. Oh, yeah, party. I should. I'm going to pin it just because she's my mod. Is this nepotism? My thing about houses demolishing in Final Fantasy XIV is we all know why houses get demolished in 14, right? Like, I think it's pretty clear why demolishing happens, right? Housing in 14 is demolished because there's not enough, air quote, not enough houses. So the demolishing thing happens because if you're not using your house anymore and you're not subbed anymore, you're taking up space that could go to someone who is active in the game and wants to have a house right now. So the demolishing thing, to me, as brutal as it is, makes unfortunate sense. However, I think the real answer to the demolishing problem is to give everyone a house. We give everyone a house in Final Fantasy XIV. No need to demolish anymore. It's pretty clear to me. And honestly, if they came to us and they said, hey guys, we found a solution to the spaghetti code and the servers, and we're going to implement it, but it's going to take us about 5 to 7 days, right? 5 to 7 days of no games because we gotta do some major shit with the servers, all of the servers. I think Island Sanctuary should be absolutely, even better, Jonathan. Yeah. You could, except for the part where I would be crushed. But for the good of the community, yes, they could do that. But if they came out and they said, we're going to have player housing, but it's going to be, you know, 5 to 7 days of off time, I think most of the player base would be like, oh, okay. And if they came out and said, hey, we're going to need, let's say, 5 days of work with the servers to allow everyone to have housing, I'm pretty sure most people would be fine with it. Most people would be fine, I think. And honestly, I'm not one of those people who is like completely fussed about not being able to play the game for like 5 days. Oh no, what am I gonna do? Right? Like, whatever. The only issue I have with your idea, Jonathan, is that for the Island Sanctuary, the only thing for it, for me, okay, hear me out, and this is gonna sound really stupid, okay? My house is in Foundation. Does anyone see the problem here? They can still have neighborhood housing, just add personal housing too. Yeah. They could take a section of area accessibility. No, Foundation has snow. Foundation has snow. It's in a snow zone. I like snow biomes. I don't want my house in a jungle. I don't want it, like trees, certain trees, maybe like pine, but I don't want a house in a jungle. So the real answer is this. And another thing about Island Sanctuary is you have a limitation, don't you? How many people are now allowed to go into island housing? Google Island Sanctuary FF14 visitor limitation. What is it? How many visitors? Four to five. No. 15 friends. Each island has room up to 16 players, including its owner, so 15 friends. So for them, yes. So there's a couple things. The accessibility, interestingly enough, by the way, so I was minding my own business with Kit, and it said here, players below level 90 can visit a friend, party member, or FC member's island, assuming they've completed the level 50 quest, The Ultimate Weapon. So I was minding my own business as Kit, and I saw a blue marker over the NPC's place for Island Sanctuary. I clicked on it, and it told me that even though I couldn't make my own island, I could visit another person's island at level 50. So, for Island Sanctuary to be proper, number 1. So, for Island Sanctuary to work as player housing, number 1, the obvious one, is have to add a house with modifiable walls and roof. So all of the housing mechanics, all of the interior and exterior housing mechanics. Which, I mean, they could probably do it because it's all in the same engine. We're going to assume that. Another thing that they would have to do on top of adding the inside and the outside is have to change accessibility for players so that early players level 1 to 50 can also access islands. Now, I say 1 to 50, but I think housing and stuff is technically accessible around level 10 or 15, I think. Whenever it is that you can get to Central Shroud, for example, or whatever. Like, you can't just go and buy a house anyway. So I think, like, let's say 15, but like basically whenever you open up the Shroud or the main area for Thanalan and stuff, that's when you can access the player housing. But by then players won't have money anyway, so it doesn't matter if they can't get a house. You just lock the house behind a level, like level 15. So they'd have to change accessibility for players between level 15 and level 50 so they can also access the islands. They're not going to do that. Number 3, have Tataru announce to us that an additional magical island, this is Chieko's need, is available with the housing plot on it. And that island is transformable to emulate major zones in the game, aka Ishgard / snow biome. I don't want my house. You need to have a certain Grand Company rank to get a house, and that rank I think is around 50. Yeah. So this actually makes sense, Jonathan, that they would let you in. So, okay, so let's cut out early players. But early players still might want to visit houses. Does that make sense, Jonathan? So even though they can't actually get the house because of their grand ranking, they have to change accessibility for visitation. Visitation accessibility. Because even if you can't own a house before 50, you can still go into the neighborhood and see your friend's house, if that makes sense. So they'd have to change access to the islands to at least have it so you could go in early and take a look. And honestly, if you're just taking a look anyway, that's fine. The problem is that islands are not accessible until Endwalker. Should they change that? Maybe. They also need to lock off for free trial players. Yeah. That's I think that's where it is at, Ben. They're trying to create incentive to buy the game. And honestly, at this point, I can't blame them. Do I wish it was different? Yeah. But I can't blame them. But even if we went with the Island Sanctuary, I would not be happy because I want a snow biome. So I would want there to be a snow biome. So she says, oh, we have a magical island filled with crystals. And depending on how you tune the crystals, it will make the biome that you want. Oh, how wonderful. And then, yeah, I'd be like, yeah. Now, another option is ignore Island Sanctuary. So let's pretend that Island Sanctuary doesn't exist. So this is idea number one. Idea number one is, oh my Lanta. Oh my Lord. Lord have mercy. I'm gonna turn that off. Disable it for 1 hour. Yes, please. Okay. Idea number one, which is transform Island Sanctuary. Idea number two, transform housing. And for that, they would have to fix code and redesign how assets are managed. Maybe look at what the app is doing. And then take the servers down for a time and reset as required. Everyone gets a medium-sized plot or large-sized plot, but I would say everyone is gets a medium-sized plot with larger on the inside housing. The large plot people will mold. Chat, do you think if they're handing out housing to people, should they just take away large size plots from everyone? Like, everyone should start small. If they're handing out houses, I just want my gil back. That's my only gripe. Yeah. And buy upwards. How would that physically work with the space, Jonathan? In terms of the outside space. Because they'd still be in neighborhoods. This is transforming housing with neighborhoods almost as is. So they would recreate the neighborhoods, but just make everything the same size external plot. Maybe make a trophy? That'd be funny. That would be really good, Epic. Like a little statuette. Personal housing will never integrate with neighborhoods. It's not possible. Okay. All right. I'm going to go with it. Jonathan, let's go with it. I love it. This is the idea that I think I talked about this in my mobile phone video. New housing entirely with refunds for all players. And safe return of internal items. And okay, so what they will do, okay, in this here is number 1. They will store all of the players' items, external and internal assets, and decorations. And if the dies are stripped off the assets, dies into, let's say, a vendor. Okay. Then number 2, remake and rebuild the game so that there are no neighborhoods, but simply individual houses that you can visit with transformable exteriors where the player chooses where the house is. So when you make your house, you can say, I want it to be in the source. I want it to be on Elpis. I want it to be in here or there. And when you choose it and then you load in, it will be set within a kind of like a template area, right? And the house will be, let's say, small, but if you want to upgrade the plot to be larger, then you could upgrade the plot. That's a real gamer. And every house has a small plot and size, but it can be upgradable with grind to large, with large inside. Make it grindy AF so then we don't have to hear from those grindy people ever again. Yeah. Personal housing. So, what do you think, Jonathan? There's only one little issue with this. Oh, and then limitations for housing can increase to 10k, like WoW. And what does chat think should be the visitor limitations? See, this is the real problem. It's easy for us to wave a little wand and do this, but this would kill something like Epic's Cafe, potentially. Because if the limitations are too small, they can't have visitors, they can't have guests to their cafe. So Epic, as a cafe owner, a gorgeous femboy cafe owner that I really need to visit. I wouldn't say 10k like what? Well, what are you going to say? 50k? Ben, what are you going to say? What are you going to say, Ben? What are you going to say? 10k? 50k? 100k? 5k? But I want to hear from Epic, because Epic is a cafe owner, okay? He wants to have people come into his cafe. A 15 visitor limit would kill his RP. It would kill his RP. Without the neighborhood, there's nothing there for the RPer people. The neighborhood is part of it, I think. So I want to hear from Epic, and then I want to hear from Ben. Oof, it sucks that the player count inside the house even works against the furniture that way. I have to be honest, we've gone past 15 people easily. Yeah. Yeah. So WoW graphics have less on them, like 14s. Yeah. My usual crew at night is 5 people, myself included on staff. Okay. So let's pretend, okay? Let's pretend that the CBU3 devs go to sleep, they wake up, they're god tier devs. They can put in at 10k items, okay? The memory for an individual piece doesn't seem equal. Ben, you are not wrong. You're not wrong. And in fact, in my WoW video, I talk about how like you can put a tower in your housing space in WoW, but that tower would be more slots. So like the tower would take up 5 slots or 10 slots, but a book would just take up 1. So even in the WoW thing, that 10k slot is deceptive because not all assets are just 1 slot. Yeah. So anyway, here's the thing. Visitor limitations. In this new world of housing, there's no way that an amazing party like what Preach went to see would happen in this world of this housing. And that's my issue with it. Part of the whole concept of the neighborhoods and everything is that people have this chance to go and make a club and have like 100 people, 500 people show up. Or their Realm Reborn play by his FC. Yeah. To have a limitation of like 20 people would kill the scene. It would kill the clubbing scene, it would kill the cafe scene, and it would kill things like the Realm Reborn plays. And you might say to me, well, Chieko, it doesn't really matter because it doesn't happen often. It would still be a shame. Yeah. Right now we have guilds who do host neighborhood parties because they're so large community-wide that they push leg. And I'm telling you, this new housing system that we just came up with, Idea 3, this is where it would kill stuff. Because this visitor limitation to this little plot would have to, at least be 150 to 500 people. Right? Minimum. Or maximum, or whatever. Maybe maximum. To make it feel like a party. That's insanity. That would not happen. Let's be real here. This is wishful thinking. This is insanity. Right? The reality is they'd probably cap it at 15 to 20. Reality. Now, for an FC like ours, and how much are FCs as well? Because FC houses, what's the max for an FC house? FC house max. So it would have to be maxed at FC members. No applicants. Okay. Maximum. 512 maximum. So a house would have to hold 512 maximum. in this. So actually take this out. 500 people. It would have to have at least 512 people. How come in this fictional model you're capping player limit, but increasing item limit? Okay. The reason why I'm I'm talking about this, right, is I'm talking about what is feasible, right? It is not feasible that we will get 10K. Okay, let's bring that down to 5K. But in this idea, we could potentially store more internal items. But the problem is the visitor limitation. Because of all the items you're loading in, because of all these items that you're loading in, that will be a major drain. So I could see them limiting the visitor limitations because of the Island Sanctuary stuff. The Island Sanctuary model for the individual homes. The issue that I'm saying is that minimum, they have to have 512 people because that is the maximum FC for an individual housing plot set apart from no other plot. She's taking item limit from players who have played it. From players who have played, wow, the 10K. But that's where I'm saying is, imagine not being able to load into your own FC just on principle. Yeah. Epic's talking about Final Fantasy 14. I don't think a house currently can even host 512 players at once, no? How many people showed up to FF14 Preach Party? Let's see here.
It finally happened. It was bound to happen eventually. Screenshots is like, we've taken over this part of the world. Constructed. It has staff arriving in the player housing area. There was hundreds of people. Literally hundreds of people. The queue to get in. People formed a queue. They had a doorman at the gate, and people respectfully waited outside, although they didn't have to. You can walk through. It's a game. And then queued so long that the game couldn't load in as many people as were actually queued up. I'm talking it went on for minutes of people getting there. And I was obviously blown away because the glamour and the transmog in Final Fantasy 14 is next level. People had put on all these outfits. I even committed to it. Seeing this, seeing that my entire free company had also made a matching theme of like golden outfits. I race changed my character. I got a gold bikini. I was like, let's go all in for this party night. I cracked open a beer. And then I got to
So this is my issue. So 80 people for small and medium, 100 for large on the inside, right? So right now, so the situation right now, let's say situation right now is we have a 512 FC limit. People FC limit. And then housing limits is for the large, it's 100. And then for small and medium, it's 80. Which, by the way, I actually think that's very fair. Like, I'm not mad about it. I just need to be clear. Okay? But because there is these limits, this is where the neighborhood comes in. And how much does the neighborhood handle? It also reduces what you see. Absolutely. We can't. The thing about it is like, I played Eve Echoes, right? I took part in PvP matches that involved 1,200 players. It was ratchet, to say the least. It was something else. And I'm totally used to the concept of lag and phasing. I believe Eve Echoes, like Eve Online, has a special time dilation feature, which is really useful. But the thing that what I'm trying to talk about right now is we have a limit for our FC, how many people can be in the FC. And that's fine. I'm not complaining about that. And we have housing limits for what can be in the house. So we could say internal housing limits, what's in the house, which is not even the full FC, right? Like the full FC can't even go into a large house. So this is where the neighborhood comes in and weighs in and helps kind of ease that, so that if you want to have one of these massive block parties, you can, because part of it can take place inside and part of it can take place outside. And that this kind of stuff, like, it's not my thing necessarily, but like even Preach was enjoying himself. So this is where I'm trying to say, like, neighborhoods help this to happen. And that's why if they decide to come in with our idea number 3, they have to make up for the lack of neighborhoods. So they would have to increase the visitor limitation. It couldn't be 100 anymore. It would have to be something closer to 500. So let's pretend we just say 512 for the FC. So I guess my concern about my third idea is that they would have to figure out a way to get a huge chunk of people in, because this house is not accessible any other way in the game except through that one login dialog box. And therefore, there would be no because there's no neighborhood for this. This is a no neighborhood scheme. This is no neighborhood. Wait, Herman was in here? Holy shoot. Good night, Herman. Why did I miss Herman? I'm sorry if I missed you, Herman. Apologies. I didn't even know he was in here. Maybe he just hopped in. I'm gonna salve my conscience on that one. But anyway, so do you see my concerns here? Like, if this is a housing system that lets everyone have a house, but there's no neighborhood attached to it, and that's how it works, I could see this being an issue for roleplay, especially if they don't ensure that the cap is up really nicely, like nice and high. If it's so low, like Island Sanctuary, it will kill RP gatherings. Because this new housing proposal that I have here is for no neighborhood. And the reason why the neighborhoods would be taken away is so that everyone would have a house that could eventually become large. I gotta go pass out. You guys have a good night. Good night, Hatsworth. Thank you for coming in. And maybe I'll see you around. I usually stream 14 on Tuesday nights if I'm free. Not all the time, though. But thank you for coming and for the verbal support. It's good to know. Check out my video. But yeah, see, am I making sense? Am I like... As a venue owner, I can actually relate to WoW discussions where I was on the side of change to an obvious problem while others want it to stay the same. Yeah. Once again, I'm sad about the situation right now because, number one, if I decide that I'm too poor and I gotta take a break from the game, I will lose my house. And that's kind of sad. It would be nice for me to know that, okay, I might not be able to afford the game for a little bit, but I can leave knowing that I can log back in eventually one day, pay my sub, and access my stuff. So for me, I think getting a new housing system is necessary. This way we don't have to have demolishing. But my concern is that how could they do it? How could they do it? Transforming Island Sanctuary seems like the easy answer, but it's not as fun for someone like me who loves having a snow biome. I don't want to live in a jungle. Sorry. So I would be sad. Transforming the houses with the neighborhoods as is something would have to change somewhere internally, and I don't know if there's anything that could change. I'm not sure. A problem for that would be as well is the neighborhoods. We can't have the neighborhoods dynamically changing as people decide to change the size of their plots. So everyone would have to start with a large plot, or everyone would have to just be happy with a medium plot that would never change. So that's a problem. That's a problem. And then this one on face value seems fine, but because there's no neighborhood attached to it, this will kill a certain aspect of the RP scene, especially if the visitor limitations are really low. Especially if that happens. I think this would further, as much as the neighborhoods are dead, and they are dead on Kraken, and they are dead in most areas, they at least offer the opportunity for people to gather if they so choose. Whereas this would fragment the player base, actually fragment them, because there would be no place for them to meet outside of the plot home, the home plot. So I would rather keep housing the way it is than risk losing what I have and just the state of the community. I wish Sanctuary was more of a secondary house. Just let us pick where we set up. Everyone could start with a large plot, but I have to buy permits to build small, medium, large, and additional permits to increase item level limit. Yeah, I think that would make sense, Jonathan. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. Yeah. So we could, idea number 2, let's make idea number 2 idealized. So let's change this here to large size plot with larger on the inside housing. And of course, raised item level. Raised item level. Of course. All of them get a raised item level, right? Like all of these would have more items, more item level, right? That goes without saying. I wish Sanctuary was more of a secondary house. Just let us pick where we set up. I wish that would be the answer, Epic, but I think there would be people like me complaining because they want to have a house in, let's say, Foundation, and they can't. Because they don't like the floral aspects of the island. It's not just about the island, in my opinion. For me, housing isn't just the house itself and what's inside the house. It's the plot. It's the feeling of the zone. Let us have a sanctuary anywhere we want. Yeah. I would have it so that Tataru could say to us, "Oh, we can have you change this little island, and you can snap your fingers, and it could look like it's on the moon, or it can look like it's whatever." Same thing for idea number 3. This would also be like that. To be clear, when I'm talking about personal housing, I'm talking about instance housing that's additional to neighborhood housing. Okay, so you're suggesting that on top of everything else that's going on with the servers, they're going to hand out more servers to handle a completely secondary system of housing on top of the current level of housing and Island Sanctuary. To have personal player housing. You know what? I had an idea. I have an idea, Jonathan. Jonathan, brainwave incoming. Okay, how about this? What if they refunded everybody? Okay, idea number 3. Number 4, sorry. Number 4, hybrid solution. Okay, I'm going to take part of your idea, Jonathan. Okay, because what you just said actually could be the answer. Okay, so what if we all had, number one, Jonathan's idea, we all get personal housing. Like number 3. Okay? No demolition. 5K item limit. And let's cut the visitor limitation down to 50 people visitor limitation. Okay, that's number 1. Okay, so that's the first part of it. So this is Jonathan's suggestion, which is we all get player housing. So it would be like number 3. Exactly, right? We could choose where our house will be placed, and it could be like you could snap your finger and you could have your house on what appears to be the moon, so on and so forth. Number 2, part 2 of this is, and so for this to happen, all people with private owned lots can transfer previously owned items into these homes. Upgrade homes with permits to larger sizes, but every lot's external lot starts large. Okay. And then for number 2, current neighborhood homes all become FC houses. And future made neighborhood lots are just for FCs. What does chat think? So we have the current neighborhood homes, and then we have personal housing. And the neighborhood homes would be for everyone, because you can have a personal house already, right? You can have an apartment, right? So like we already have it where you can have your own personal house and then like an apartment slash an FC house slash a room in an FC house. So why wouldn't we all get personal housing and then just make the current housing all FC housing? We know that they can switch things around because they switched. Remember that one time when they realized that there was too much of one kind and too little of another kind? Do you remember that, guys? And so they switched a chunk of the homes from like FC to personal, or vice versa. I forget. This way we could keep the neighborhood homes alive and well, and we could have all of the FCs doing all of their major community stuff. But at the same point in time, we would have Jonathan's idea. Guys, is this the answer? I think this is the answer. And of course, for these neighborhood lots, of course, we would have the usual limitations and sizes, because some FCs don't want to have a big lot, you know what I mean? But internal TARDIS dimensions, higher item level, etc., etc. Also, for both, I also agree. Epic, did you see my shout out in the WoW /F14? I shouted, not like named you per se, but do you remember I referenced your idea about having NPCs walking around? Did you hear that part? Yeah. I thought about you, and I agreed. I thought it would be so cool if we could have NPCs walking around. Of course, they would count as an item, but still, I think it would be good. Yeah, man, look at us go. I just think that this would be a better idea. I think our hybrid solution is the answer. Because this way we would get the housing we want, no demolition limit. We get all of the things we want. And you know what? They could take this hybrid solution and they could just have Tataru tell us, oh, we got an additional island that's special. And we can make it into any kind of plot. And it can zone you into your favorite part of the game. And it's magic. Like Howl's Moving Castle reversed. And so then just have... It's 2 a.m., is it? Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. I think I should go. So imagine, since I'm a fan of S9, if I could use Gil or Tomestones to buy any S9 asset, that would be interesting. That would be interesting. They should definitely push more assets out from the game in... It looks like in WoW, that's what they're doing for the WoW one as well, Epic. From the looks of it, they're taking basically everything that they made for WoW and they're going to turn it into a housing asset. That's going to help them, like, overnight, like air quote overnight, right? It's not literally overnight. There's probably people hard at work and crying over it as we speak right now. But, like, overnight, this might allow WoW to have, like, major amounts of assets for their players to access, you know, fairly as they progress their houses, which is fantastic for them. So I personally think it would be fantastic if they could let us do that. And honestly, I'm not wanting to shit entirely on Jonathan's idea about putting it in Island Sanctuary. This number 3 issue with it having no zone is maybe a Chieko problem. But I am concerned about the current limit. That's my concern, is the player limit for the zone. So if they could raise the player limit for that zone and put the housing in there, I think that would be fine. And if they could make it so that it's more transformable, it would be even better. Story side, I love Ardenwald. Yeah, I mean, from the sounds of it, Epic, they're going all out. So, yeah. But having said all of that, I am recognizing it's 2 a.m. I'm not going to go to bed, but I should probably sign off and stop talking so that party can sleep the sleep of the just. Oh my goodness. There are like 11 people in here? What? Who is in here? What the hey? Oh wow, we got lurkers? Question mark? I don't even know. Oh my lord. Wow, okay. I'm not off today. Watching crackpot theories. What crackpot theories, Tab? What crackpot theories are you watching? Tab is definitely lurking. Holy moly. Are crackpot theories? Okay, Tab, you work kind of in development, right? What do you think of our hybrid solution? What do you think about our hybrid solution, Tab? Tab's gonna be like, you are all nuts. A few of the housing things? What do you think though? Like, best case scenario. We all get personal housing. No demolition. 5k item limit. 50 people visiting limit. Or 100. And you can upgrade your home to a larger size, but every external lot starts large. And then all of the current homes become FCs. Oh, Tab, I should be clear. I understand that. No demolition? Yes, we're not talking about the current system. We're not talking about the current system. We're talking about we all get personal housing. No demolition. No one is saying. Tab clearly didn't pay attention to what I said or came in late. So Tab, I very clearly, before we started talking about this, I very clearly said we all know. We all know why demolition happens, right? Demolition has to happen because of the current system, right? There's no doubting about it. If anyone comes to me and says demolition doesn't have to happen, they need to get their brains checked. We all know why demolition happens right now. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about what's reality here. We're talking about if we were to all get personal housing, there's no need for demolition. Now, obviously, to save on server space, if a player maybe goes away for like 6 months or a year, maybe they should get a little warning and say, hey, we're going to delete your data, your extraneous data. So we're going to delete your house. I don't know. Maybe they could do that. But generally speaking, if you have personal housing and everyone gets a house, no. Would personal housing have outsides? Yes. Is the difference be that you wouldn't be instanced with other personal houses? Correct, Sim. Yeah. Make sure you have special neighborhoods with goals and shift inactive cases to idle zones so that these zones are kept, but they're moved to... Okay. All right. So the personal housing in this here would be like Island Sanctuary. You would click on an NPC or a door or a portal, and you would zap to your house. Or you would go to Island Sanctuary and you would choose to go to your island home. If your home is in your Island Sanctuary. It depends on the personal housing. Will the personal housing be in Island Sanctuary, or will it be separate from Island Sanctuary somewhere else? I'm not defining that. But it could be one of those two. So personal housing would be singular instances. You would see the external plot, but you would not see much beyond that plot. So you could choose to be in a snowy zone or a moon zone or a light zone or crystarium zone or a lavender bed zone or an Ul'dah zone, whatever. But you wouldn't be able to go beyond a certain limit of the plot. It would be personally instanced, and the instance would have a visitor limitation because it's like your house, your current house. But to keep the neighborhoods alive and well, to allow for RP, because RP would die with just personal housing. Okay? So to keep the RP alive, we would also have our current neighborhoods as they are, but all of those homes would become FC houses. Now, Tab suggests that if a special neighborhood is more active, or if certain houses are more active, they should be moved to a more active neighborhood. My only issue with that, Tab, is that neighborhoods have a limited amount of smalls, mediums, and larges. Can you see the problem that would be generating out of that? Right? So here, I'll try to draw a picture of the problem that I'm envisioning here. Okay, so let's say this is one neighborhood right here. I'm going to paint it purple. It's purple because it is an RP and it is very active. It is a very active RP server. So we'll call it an active neighborhood. Active neighborhood. Now, this active neighborhood has, shall we say, let's keep it simple for our brains. We'll say it has 10 large, 10 medium, 10 small. Now, this is not the case of actual neighborhoods, but we're going to just pretend for this theory, okay? Now, there's another quieter neighborhood, which is inactive. Neighborhood. Now, Tab, are you saying that a house or FC should move neighborhoods, or where are you suggesting these neighborhoods go in your example? Because if we're just shifting the FC to an active neighborhood, we have a problem. What if this neighborhood is full? Then we'd have to make a new neighborhood, right? And hope that other people would come along. Now, this idea isn't so bad, except for the part where this FC might be a specific size and that neighborhood may not have room. So then they would have to shift to this other active or potentially active neighborhood. So this is potentially active. But do you see where my issues lie? Now, of course, Tab may not be saying this. So maybe Tab can tell us what he means by moving neighborhoods. Or is he talking about server space? So there's a huge server. Servers don't act this way. But let's say there's an active side to the server and then there's the inactive data. And so then if enough people, this really is kind of shitty, but if enough people are active in their neighborhood, it goes in the active server. But if a neighborhood dies, an FC neighborhood dies, it goes into inactive data. My only concern is like each neighborhood has a set amount. And how would they determine what is, let's say these are all larges here. I'm going to put 5 larges and then a bunch of mediums and then like a small. Right? Like, how would they know that these people are not as active? I guess it would be like FC activity every week. And then if you're not active enough, you'll phase out, I assume. Living memory housing based on souls around. I'm just curious about how that would work in moving the data. Is Tab talking about moving data, or is Tab talking about moving a single FC? I'm not sure. The game does weekly FC rankings. Okay, so it could track FC activity, and if you want to keep yourself in a neighborhood, your FC has to remain active. Stress. That's a lot of stress. But, I mean, some people might enjoy that. Some people might enjoy that. But yeah, maybe they have rankings. They base it off of rankings. And if you have a lower ranked FC, you go into a dead neighborhood. And they use phasing, I suppose. So, optional idea. Let's put optional idea. Less active FCs phase out or are moved to dead neighborhoods. The neighborhood graveyard. My OCEFC was fighting for #1 spot. Wow. Not long after. Wow. Yeah. I mean, there you go. So less active FCs would phase out or are moved to dead neighborhoods. And or moved to inactive data. Ben didn't care. Yeah, I don't mind that tab. I have no problem with this beat. This seems fine. I just think right now demolition happens because there aren't enough houses. So if everyone got a house, demolition wouldn't happen. Easy answer. But what if Square Enix wants to have demolition? Have we thought about that? Because with demolition hanging over our heads, we have to keep subbed. And it keeps the game numbers up. It would mean, okay. So it would mean, therefore, that they really have to make more content, more regular content, more time-gated content, put in some good old time gating, and grind, brutal grind. Make the game grindy as fuck and put in some good old time gating. That's what we all asked for. Not really. But you could see it having to happen. Otherwise, the game will not be played. Like, it will have, like, really quiet and dead moments. Deader than it is right now. Sorry, I was fighting Hector. Hey, that's a-okay, Tab. Don't apologize. What do you think, though? Did I understand you correctly? You were just talking about phasing, right? Because I wasn't entirely clear on your idea. Yeah, you need to elaborate. You do. But no phasing. Okay, no phasing. He's not saying phasing. Okay. Are you talking about moving the houses? Because you know that neighborhoods have limitation in small, medium, and larges. How many are in the neighborhood? So, like, we can't just plop houses around, right? Like, what if there's this one busy FC and it can't get into a neighborhood because there's no small parts left? No small plots left. First, imagine you have different types of neighborhoods like market, big house, small house, red zone. All of this have different layouts. What is red zone? What is market? Like where you have the housing vendors? Is the market where you have the housing vendors? What is a red zone? Oh, okay. All right. Keep going. All of these have different layouts. Okay. All right. Keep going. Imagine a marketplace like cafe zones and libraries. All right. Okay. So red zone, market zone, big houses, medium houses, small houses. So depending on the type of house you have, you apply to this neighborhood and it's populated. Okay. Let's say each holds 30 to 60 houses and there are 5 active zones each, just making numbers. Sure. Okay, so we got, let's say, 60 houses, 5 zones. So that's 12 houses in each. There's also a bigger pool you can go, like the actual neighborhoods, but those are inactive, so not people or NPCs wander around. Okay. 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 Let's talk about Shoal's idea. Okay, so in Shoal's plan, housing. Oh wow, that's a line. That's okay. I'm moving my my drawing tablet. Okay, in Shoal's world here, let's imagine this is all of the Ishgard housing. Okay, so we're talking thousands of players. On one side, you would have these active zones, and these would be specific active neighborhoods. And in each of these active neighborhoods, there would be a market area, then there would be houses of all sizes, and this part would have, so there's the market, there's the houses, and let's say the houses, they're around 60. And then there are other areas like the red zones, whatever. Bullshit. Okay, bullshit. Okay, so each of these would have the same thing, right? So we would have all of this. And these would represent active FCs or active players. I would say FCs only, frankly. So I'm just going to say FCs. And so then you have a whole bunch. Now, this layout isn't actual, right? This is just prototype, right? Now, his idea is that you would, let's say, have an FC, or in his idea, it's a house, but I would not have individual players taking part in this, but that's just me. So you would apply to go in these, but in order to apply to go into these, you would have to have high activity in your FC. You cannot have low activity. So you have to reach a certain level of activity and maintain it. And if you do not maintain it, you get kicked out to the cesspool of inactive, dead neighborhood. I personally don't think this solves the problem. I don't. This is just an additional, this to me is not a foundational fix. This is icing on the cake after we institute our hybrid solution. So my hybrid solution could have this type of FC neighborhood set up, but my hybrid solution would also include on the side personal housing over here. And it could be on the island sanctuary, or it could be somewhere else. But this is completely different. This is not the same world. This is not the same world as whatever's going on in here. So whatever Tab is talking about here is simply how to change the current neighborhood, which would, in my opinion, be an FC thing. Now, Tabs is interesting because potentially, if over time, or they could even maybe program it in, if as soon as a bunch of FCs, let's say this is in the Shadow Realm, right? The inactive dead neighborhood. Let's say let's say some new FCs are made. What could happen is if they suddenly became quite active, they could be automatically invited into a new active neighborhood. And it would create a new neighborhood. So as soon as FCs reach a certain level of activity, they could get invited into one of the active neighborhoods as well. Now, I think because of that, there would have to not just be FCs doing their personal FC stuff, but maybe there should be other criteria, zone-specific criteria to keep in there. So maybe like they could make special events and then your FC has to perform in these events and just achieve a minimum to remain in this area. What do you think, Tab? Have I represented your idea correctly? I want to make sure that I did. I don't like misrepresenting people. Let me know anyway. What do I think about this? I think this sounds beautiful. I think this idea sounds beautiful. For FCs. I still think personal housing should be a thing. I don't think this answers the issue that we have already. I think there has to be a major fixing of something in the background. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is they have to fix. Housing. I don't know what it is that they have to fix, but for people to get personal housing, they have to fix something. I think your idea about the phasing neighborhoods is all very well and good, but it doesn't solve the actual problem, unfortunately. Not for me. Right? You're thinking about something that should be down the road. As it is right now, it doesn't seem like they can even give people an inactive house on an inactive dead neighborhood. So what you're suggesting to me is simply next tier. I want this hybrid solution, and then we could take number 2, which is about the FC homes, and we could apply Tab's idea to number 2. But number 1 should exist, period, with no demolition. So that demolition isn't a thing. But I am concerned that we will always have demolition, and that this will never be fixed because ultimately it's going to bring in Square Enix money. It will get people engaged. But they could solve that problem by creating extra events that will be time-gated and super grindy and force people to keep engaged that way. This is artificial because Japanese way of thinking. What do you mean by that, Tab? Can you explain that part? I believe the limit for housing currently is data limits. I believe personal housing poses a problem of too many items, data putting tons of stress on servers, causing instability. I have a few friends on cultural studies and deal with Japan and bringing things, movies to them all. Okay. Okay. What is the Japanese way of thinking in regards to demolishing houses? I think Yoshi said once that increasing player inventory by 5 or 10 basically crashes the game. Yeah, they need to fix something. Now, people say it's the spaghetti code, and then some people on my videos are saying it's not the spaghetti code. And in fact, there was a video that came out, which I don't think I saw fully, that said it's not the spaghetti code and they're lying to us. So we just got to figure it out. We just got to figure it out. I definitely know that servers are expensive, and we all know who to blame for that. But at the end of the day, whether it is spaghetti code or whether it is the server, I don't care. Like Asmongold, I just want it to be fixed. And if it means that they have to rewrite some of the foundational air quote spaghetti code, whatever that might be, whether it exists or not, I don't care. I want them to fix it. And if it takes 5 to 7 days of downtime from the game and they have to go into some servers and like redo everything, then so be it, right? Japanese love collector items and limited items. Okay, yeah. So this is artificial limitations. So they have some kind of limited toys or figures, and so they want, yes, yeah. You forget, Tab, that I've actually visited Japan. I speak Japanese more or less. I've actually bought albums from Japanese gothic rock artists with limited editions. I actually went down that rabbit hole at one point. So I'm aware of that, but I don't care about Japanese culture. If they want to make money, they're going to have to start rethinking it. I wonder how much of, and clearly it didn't stop them from you know, putting a hold on the Chinese mobile version. Like, the Chinese mobile version has personal housing. They're not breathing down the Chinese people's necks going, oh, don't give them personal housing. No. SE isn't developing the mobile version? Exactly. But they're allowing it to happen. If it was truly Japanese culture, they'd be telling the Chinese studio to not put it in. Yeah. Don't worry, Jonathan. I'm not one of those people online who is blaming... Okay, so you know, like how there are some people online who believe that Square Enix is developing the mobile version, and they're like, they put it in the mobile version so it'll be in Final Fantasy 14. I'm like, oh Lord, they're not the same teams, right? But for some reason, they have personal player housing on the mobile version. So if we're talking about ideology, cultural ideology, which is what Tab is referring to, that cultural ideology, if it was so important to them as a company, as a cultural company, then they would have forced it through on the mobile phone, but they didn't. So in my opinion, yes, I can see where the Japanese people might have an issue with scarcity and kind of like, I got a house and you don't. That could be a factor, but I think it's a factor that could be easily overcome, given that they're overcoming it for the mobile phone. That's another rabbit hole. They can change the game on a few foundations, but hardly bring the changes on the mobile game. What? Tab, I'm sorry, I don't understand that sentence. FF14 mobile NFTs? Oh, well, you never know. Lightspeed Studio did come out and say some things. Wait 1 second here. I'm going to actually log out here, but before I do... just so that we don't have clashing sounds. Take a look at this. is it? Okay, wait one sec. Yoni talks about it. Okay, I'm gonna log out. Sorry, Ben. Goodbye. Hopefully, I won't regret this. Okay.
System and a waymark system. You still have to do all of the fighting yourself, obviously. The China version comes with the moving whilst mounting. So the game is made for a mobile device, and there seems to be many new features to make playing on mobile a little bit more friendly. Namely, one of the demonstrations they showed during the live letter was setting waymarks on the map, such as for a fate or a quest, and then having the ability to let your character auto move to that location. This then creates a golden beam that you can follow from your pinned mark on the map that you set, just like in any other RPG that utilizes the same features, but you can also just make your character run over there if you wish at a click of a button. Although bear in mind this does not play the game for you, it's just a movement system and a waymark system. You still have to do all of the fighting yourself, obviously. The China version comes with...
He says obviously, but have you seen some of the Chinese MMOs? Holy shit. Good night, Epic. Sleep well. Is this Mioni? Yes, it is. You'll get food poisoning. You don't want to know where that Lala has been? Yeah. Why am I cooking a Lala? Excuse me. Lala Ben is wanting to sit in a bucket, okay? He wants to sit in the bucket. He's cute in the bucket. I believe in wallet voting.
The
yeah.
moving whilst mounting that we have in the regular Final Fantasy XIV version that we're still getting used to. I mean, I'm still in the regular version, standing still to summon my mounts, but there's many other things as well that have made it over that you might see in this footage from our version. The biggest standout feature then of the live letter was the discussion about a new glamour system and its dyes. This definitely piqued my interest. One of the things to note is that glamour is actually stored in just the data. It's not a physical item. So this is something I wish Final Fantasy XIV had, and they're showing like a search function to be able to find the item you're looking for. But that's not all. You have 16 layers of dye ability. Yes, 16 layers of dye ability per glamour piece. As you can see in this footage, this allows for much greater customization with whatever glamour you display on screen. This reminds me quite heavily of games like Black Desert or other Korean MMORPGs of the same ilk, especially with 16 dye options per glamour piece. We can actually expect to make it over to the cash shop. Think about all of the dyes that you would purchase to glamour something. You know, if I have to buy 16 jet black dyes, is that going to be the same price as it would be if I were to purchase it on our store? Ooh, it's going to be interesting, isn't it? Until we get...
So that's where they could go the monetization route? Absolutely. And they probably will. But if it's free to play, I mean, you don't have to make it that dyed. Yeah.
Any of these systems and any kind of, you know, global beta or something, it's hard to tell. So for now, I'm just going to stand to be blown away with the prospect of more customization, but remain fairly cynical and on the fence about it. It isn't all just glamour and quality of life, though. Lightspeed Studios appear to have approached the high-end raiding in a transformative way. Of course, obviously, the first thing that you would encounter is Coils of Bahamut, as we know. The first 8-man raid content you'll get to do in mobile, it's the same. And they've really taken quite a surprising approach to this. The Coils of Bahamut, as we know, is obviously not the same. And rather than just a one-to-one of the fights we remember from the normal game, as you can see in this footage, there have been some rather modern directions on how mechanics will play out. Firstly, you'll note that there is no trash fights leading up to the bosses. There is no lead up at all. It is just a flat arena. There is the boss. They are just bosses. They talk about this quite heavily, how they wanted to, you know, get...
What do you guys think? No trash going into the bosses for Coils. They can bring the full code to console or FF14. but not bring small modules of product code as people think they can do. Oh, I see. I see, Tab. That is a good point. Yeah. So here's the thing is that, like, I'm going to be frank, Tab. I consider myself to be in the kindergarten of game development. But given, how can I say this? Given that Square Enix's Final Fantasy XIV is made with one of their in-house engines, I am going to go out on a limb here, okay? It's not a big limb, but my guess is that Lightspeed Studio is probably creating Final Fantasy XIV on a completely separate engine. Is chat with me on this one? What does chat think? I don't think Lightspeed is creating the game in the same in-house engine. And the reason why I don't believe it is because they came to Yoshi with some kind of a model, and Yoshi initially rejected it. So my guess is that they made this game with either their own in-house engine or something like Unreal. I just don't think Square Enix would hand over like that particular engine necessarily. I mean, I guess they could if they wanted to. But yeah. So this is where I'm 100% behind what Tab said here. Okay, so Tab said they can bring the full code to console or FF14, but not bring small nodules or part of the code as it is or as people think they can do. Because they made it in one engine and FF14 is made in another complete in-house engine, I think transforming code from one to another would be difficult, especially if, let's say, they made this new 14 in C#. If they made the new 14 in C#, I don't think you can easily just translate it over into Lua. Like, if I recall correctly, Yoshi P, when he did a call out for a software engineer or something like that, he said you needed to be mildly knowledgeable with Lua. Like, I just think like Lua would not be able to. And isn't Lua kind of older? How old is Lua? Is Lua older than C#? I mean, they're both probably C++, right? Are they? Lua history. 1993. Okay, but I mean, just because it's old doesn't mean anything. Java is super old, and Java works just fine. C#. Can C# go to 2000, 7 years later? Okay. Can you transfer Lua to C#? You can convert it, but it's very different. By using the Lua state class, you can execute Lua scripts from C#. Okay, so it can compile as C++. So according to this one, it says C#, you have to write more code and follow more rules and conventions to achieve the same results in Lua. Moreover, C# is a compiled language, which means that it requires you to compile your code before running it. And this can slow your development process and make it harder to debug and test your code. Interesting. See, I'm still a baby. I'm still learning this kind of stuff. So maybe Lua is just faster to develop in. Anyway, my point is, I agree with Tab. I think people expecting for this mobile game company to like send over their code and for them to copy and paste it into the current FF14 code, those people are delulu. They need to get reading. I just don't think that would. But I could imagine. Okay, this is what I could imagine. Okay, let's get wacky. Okay, let's get wacky. Let's get crazy here. Okay. FF14 mobile hits it off so hard. Okay, it's so popular, and they port it to PC and console. I mean, why wouldn't you? If you could get it running on a Switch too. Hello. Right. Could it happen? Probably not. But what if, Okay, so they port it to PC and console. Some consoles anyway. You could imagine that they then appropriate everything. They just appropriate light speed right in. And then they offer a one-time transfer of data from FF14 old to new. Worst case scenario, they would phase out the old version entirely. But you could see people molding. Because like some of the higher end raiders who love their buttons will not like whatever is going on here. Koya. Hello, Koya. I don't know if I've met you before, but welcome in here. It would be a lot of work, but I think the game would benefit from reworked coils so new players could experience them in a normal manner. It would be lovely, Koya. It would be fantastic. I support that. We're right now actually trying to figure out how to provide a very real experience in coils for my sister's boyfriend. It's going to be interesting. We're going to see what we can do, but it's going to be tough because we want him to not be rushed through it and just never really feel the place. So I actually really support it. Honestly, I think people would accept a situation like Yoshida coming out and stating they're skipping their normal expansion release, but instead announce a new rebuild of the game over 2 years. You really think people would be okay with that, Jonathan? I don't know. I'd like to think that people would be okay with it, but I'm not sure. Switch 2 has more than enough juice, but in 10 years, who knows? Yeah. The main point in Eastern has not learned this. More than 7% of 14 in JP is consoles. A shame about the price. Different mobile influences on development of the game would be strange. Let's put it this way. I think if they can port, okay, so if this Lightspeed Studio can import their game into a console and make it work on a console, I think they will put it up. They'd be stupid not to at this point. Like, you already have this beautiful game. Why wouldn't you? Right? Like, I honestly don't see why they wouldn't. They should learn from Final Fantasy 16. designer. Character designer. Interesting. Okay. So the parent organization of Lightspeed Studio is, drumroll, Tencent Games. Of course it is. Of course it is. Lightspeed Studios was founded in 2011. The company is known for developing titles such as PUBG Mobile and Peacekeeper Elite. It has multiple offices in China, US, Singapore, Canada, Britain, France, Japan, South Korea, New Zealand, UAE, and other countries. I had no idea. I'm not surprised about Tencent. I'm not going to lie. I'm not surprised about Tencent because Tencent owns everything, right? Tencent's basically the government of China. Wait 1 second, guys. I'm trying to deal with like shit here. Okay. New original intellectual property. So there's a different bunch of studios. Maybe it's the Lightspeed Japan studio that came to them. League of Legends Wild Rift. Apex Legends Mobile. Final Fantasy 14 Mobile. And you can see here that right now it is on iOS and Android only. Okay. This is all of the normal shit. Mobile version. It will not include gacha mechanics. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, let's go back to this.
Straight to the content and get straight into the action. And I suppose that kind of matches up to the mobile sort of aesthetic. Secondly, there are key fight adjustments, including interruptible abilities. There are new tank swaps they mention, split boss phases, and back and front cleaves, the sort of thing that you would be familiar with in modern Final Fantasy XIV. So what's meant?
I think the goal is Final Fantasy XIV Mobile provides an avenue for players to move over to the retail version to keep moving the story forward. Now I'm new. Thanks for the hello. I can empathize with wanting an authentic but not painful experience for coils since they'll require a decent level of play synced. Yeah, it's a toughie. I actually never did my coils synced, to be honest, Koya. I did it unsynced. With some people who were willing to go slow and just kind of like let people watch the cutscenes. I did it with Party Finder with a group of players who were all doing it together with, I think, a couple veterans kind of running the show. So it was actually a painless experience for me, and it was very fun because the people were willing to wait and let you kind of like soak it in. But you're very lucky if you have a veteran who will do that with you nice and slowly. Now, we have some lovely people in my community who would absolutely help us get through it unsynced. But synced is just really hard to get together a group for that. So we will probably be doing it unsynced and then try to do it synced in the future with people. I did Coils on release. It was fun. Ooh, I bet it was. Okay. So let's just watch what's happening here. This is so fascinating.
Many of the familiar mechanics from a boss like this are still here. It's still very iconically the same boss, especially with the split phase and things. They have definitely tried to simplify things, but also try to keep you on your toes. And there are actually some interesting new features along with what was originally there, such as that new puddle mechanic. They demonstrate this new slime and puddle feeding system with the boss. The boss will have the ability to then absorb these puddles to regain health, which is a completely new mechanic. So what they've done is try to make the content as challenging as you would expect, but also fit into a modern audience playing on a phone, which is something that constantly never gets old when I remind myself this is on a phone. I really hope that it comes to something else other than just phones, because I'm not much of a phone gamer, but it looks astonishing.
Somebody needs to tell Mione about BlueStacks.
Additionally, it seems that every class in the game will get access to their own unique dodge roll. This appears to be on a 15-second cooldown for everyone, and it appears on all jobs, and they all seem to have their own animations for it. You can maybe see it in a bit of this footage. It's pretty cool, obviously.
What do you think, Ben? A dodge roll that can allow you to avoid the major hit of an AoE. Is anyone in chat going to say something about Dark Souls? But they're putting a dodge roll in. Take care, Tab. It is getting late. I should stop talking. But we're doing this for now. We'll just get through it. Hopefully I'll get to the part where he talks about the gacha. Not the same, but cool. Guild Wars 2 has a roll? Yeah, I think it does have a roll. Yeah, I played a little bit of Guild Wars 2. I'd have to see how it works. Yeah, apparently it's on a 15-second cooldown. And it has different roles for different races. Racial roles. But apparently there's a dodge roll that you can use to roll through an AoE. So you don't take hits from an AoE. So it's more of like a response to the AoE. Freaking weird, but crazy.
Adding different ways to deal with AoEs instead of just running away, like fancy dodge rolls and things. It's pretty cool. Definitely a different concept. Outside of raiding then and combat, there's plenty to do. There appears to be a new player statistics tracking system. There's a panel that tells you how far you've traveled on foot, how much time you've played on your character, and there's so much more as well. The user interface in particular is completely different to Final Fantasy XIV as we know it, with many transitional pages having like these smooth animations and easier to find the button you're looking for layouts. The map, for example, zooms out with clouds. It just looks so polished. There are new UIs, obviously, for everything, but including combat, as we've seen in many other videos and trailers, where obviously everything is tailored around touchscreens. The whole game just looks absolutely stunning, and I really am quite jealous that we don't get this on any other platform. I really hope they have like a sneaky surprise that they're going to launch it on a Switch 2 or something, but it would be just nice to have a standalone version of this, especially with this new engine, and I really hope that one day they can go, hey, maybe not everybody wants to play a game like this on mobile. Maybe this is such a good version, maybe it deserves a PC and console release, but...
And there you go, Jonathan. I think the reason why they would have two versions, potentially, especially on the weaker consoles like a Switch 2 or Steam Deck, is it would run potentially better on like a lighter console. The buttons are more simple, so you would be able to access more casual people. So there would be more casuals, like filthy casuals, where I could go and be like a god, basically, because, you know, the bar is so low. The lack of the amount of buttons would maybe get certain people into playing the game, even on a different console. And then finally, another huge factor would be the fact that you get your housing. So I think if it provides even better casual stuff for the hyper casuals to do, I think it could get people in. But once again, this could end up going into like a console or a Steam Deck. I could see the Steam Deck doing really well with something like this to a certain degree with the proper, keybinds. Just because of the fact that it's such a light, I'm assuming it will run really lightly on your phone. So yeah. That's the whole that's a whole thing. Other thing is like, what will your phone need to be? Will it need to be a 12 gigabyte phone, or will an 8 gigabyte phone in terms of RAM? I don't know. It could get a little
it
ugly
probably
for
won't,
everyone.
but I don't know. Some other things that I noticed whilst I was looking through the live letter with some of this background footage. Obviously, loot is an important part of it. They showed the initiation of quests. There's obviously an achievement system. This here in particular is quite interesting. You know, these are lookout points that you might be familiar with. If you approach these in the mobile version, it actually prompts you with different emotes, and it's kind of like made into a little bit of a puzzle. There are other elements of the game like this as well, but you'll notice that when you do a lookout point, you immediately get the postcard added to a collection. It's absolutely gorgeous. I really wish we had that sort of instant gratification when we had completed a lookout point, for example, in regular game. There are obviously other interactions as well. There appears to be, now I could be wrong here, but there's the minion list. The guy is selecting a minion and then talking to an NPC. And I don't know if it was the minion that did this or if it's just talking to the NPC, but you'll see that meeting different people around the world, maybe with a specific minion out or something, unlocks some other collectibles. There's just a lot of cool things to collect, and they've really focused on trying to make the game a much more immersive and interactable thing than a lot of us expected. A lot of this open world interaction is something I sorely think needs to transition over to the regular version of a game. More often than not, we talk about old zones not getting the same love that new zones get, and more ways that they could innovate and bring people back to older areas.
Earlier they talked about
this sort of achievement tracking
no
on
gacha.
23rd, and then there's supposed to be an open beta sometime in June, and then a full Chinese release on August the 23rd of this year, and presumably we'll get to be many new features to make playing on mobile a little bit more friendly. Namely, one of the demonstrations they showed during the live letter was setting waymarks on the map, such as for a fate or a quest, and then having a bit of a puzzle. There are other more immersive and interactive, not getting the same love that new. Fantastic idea, and it seems to be something that's sitting, you know, on the couch and unlocking some new stuff, going and talking to various NPCs, working on little puzzles, maybe doing, you know, sightseeing logs and stuff. It sounds quite fun, especially when you get that instant gratification of little postcards and collectibles. If the full version had that, it would be just incredible. Maybe you are the sort of person that will play on mobile. Like,
all I know is that at some point in this thing, there was a mention of no gacha. They're not going to be doing gacha bullshit. That I do know. But I wouldn't be surprised if they came out and they said, we're going to like gouge you for dyes or something. But yeah. I will say the UI looks great, but that's actually something that I believe 14 could actually fix. We've been seeing like really cute UI in some of the newer zones, like the Cosmic Exploration Zone looks great and stuff. So personally, I think I just really think like you being able to have like this fresh looking UI for stuff, for like your sightseeing log and stuff, I think that's an easy fix. I think they could get that in with the current engine that they have. I just wonder if you know how like people talk about how the spaghetti code is holding them back? What if it's not the spaghetti code but the engine? It does make you wonder, like, what is it that's holding them back? Is it lack of people? Is it lack of, are their servers shitty? Is it like, we all know servers struggled especially during Rona, and then with crypto. Like, I get it. Like, I get that servers are wilding, but like, part of me wonders if there's something else going on as well. Like, is maybe the engine finally showing its wear and tear? Because we all know with like Bethesda, for example, that Bethesda suffers from game engine issues. So it makes me wonder if it's not the game itself that has the problem. It's like a game engine. I think Square Enix focuses heavily on stability for 14. Yeah, it makes me it just makes me wonder. It makes me wonder. I think there's some sort of optional sub that adds stuff like more retainers and market board slots. All I know is, like, if we just look at the screen that I'm looking at right now, it looks gorgeous. It looks lovely to look at. There's a sumptuousness for the eye. I think if they can get these kinds of UI into the base retail game, I think that would just give it a nice little lift. They don't push anything through until it's absolutely stable, so they make incremental improvements so nothing breaks the game. I actually have to agree with you, Jonathan, on that one. I've been compared to, okay, let me put it this way. The only time I've ever dropped from Final Fantasy XIV was for two specific reasons, okay? There was this number one reason happened during, I think it was Endwalker, when it was so popular. And the servers became kind of really unstable. And I remember a couple times being in large queues and then dropping and then having to queue up. Do you remember that? It was really wild. And then the second time that I've had issues with dropping out of the game was DDoSing. And other than DDoSing and Endwalker, I think 14 is remarkably stable. And I actually really appreciate that 14 and Square Enix have worked really hard to make the game stable. When I put out, let's just say this, when we put out videos about 14, we don't talk enough about how solid most of the releases are. Are there typos here and there? Yes. Is the comma use kind of weird and American? Absolutely. Are there issues with sound that have happened in the past? Yes. But what's so interesting is, like, people can talk about it ad nauseum and actually point out the areas where things went weird, right? The tuning situation with some of the bosses and stuff. And I think part of it is like, you come out with a game like Cyberpunk 2077, which is like riddled, right? Starfield, insanity, right? Even WoW, like when I remember some of the first times I was on stream, and even the other night, where like you're suddenly kicked off and don't start with the comma. Yeah. It's just like, overall, if we really think about and balance 14 overall compared to quite a lot of other games, it's not perfectly polished, but I do think it's fairly polished. So I will agree with you here, Jonathan, because it does feel like they really take their time to really make sure something's working before they put it out. But I did make a list of everything that they put out in Endwalker, and it's mind-blowing what they achieved in Endwalker to transform the UI the way that they did. So I feel like they could go further with the visuals. I think they could just spruce it up so it's just prettier. However, I do think that a large portion of it is due to, I think, traditional Final Fantasy kind of tropes, right? Like they don't want to go full mobile bling. They like that old look. So that might be part of it. But combination of things, I do believe that Square isn't great for dev pay, and getting hired to do legacy software isn't very enticing. Yeah, you're correct, Koya. I think working with Lua in whatever engine, Crystal or whatever they're calling it now, whatever engine it was that they're working on now, yeah, it's scary. But this new UI looks so pretty. I'm planning to play this game when it hits Western Mobile. I'm planning to play this game with my friend who played Final Fantasy before. She played Final Fantasy 7 through 12, I think, excepting 11. And she played, I think, part of 12 or 13. Her favorite game is Final Fantasy 12, I believe. I think that was her favorite. So Emmy is going to play 14 with me, and she knows how much I love it, and she loves stories. And I know she will love 14. So, yeah. They're using a heavily modified version of Luminous. Oh, that's the name, Jonathan. You're right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Jonathan. Yeah, I forgot the name. Yeah. So can you imagine, though? Can you imagine? Like, what if they had a better engine? Because I heard that some of those in-game engines can get a little wild. So talking about Spaghetti Code, I don't know if Spaghetti Code is the answer anymore for Final Fantasy XIV. It might be more fundamental. It might be the game engine itself. But I'm looking forward to playing it with Emily. I wish she could play the original with me. I really wish she could. But she doesn't. She has access to a PS4. But she just doesn't have the time. She's a mom with 2 small children, and she's a very involved mom. So, and she's a working mom as well. She's a working mother with a husband and kids. So it's just not easy for her to sit down at a console to play. But picking up a phone and like cruising on it for like an hour before bed, something more doable. So, yeah. Matsuno's work that he did in 14, well, whenever their content gets added, I will, Koya, for sure. I want to play all the games myself. I really do want to play Final Fantasy, all of them. I really do, but I got to make time, and I got to make videos. I got to make more YouTube videos and stuff so that people aren't like, where did she go? Where's Chieko? I just got to make smaller videos. That's what I got to do. I got to stop talking. Anyway, what time is it? Oh, I'm scared to look. Oh, it's past 3 o'clock in the morning. Yikes. Yeah, I got to teach. I actually got to teach tonight. And I got a program. Yeah. Oh, did I tell you I got a sewing machine? I ordered a sewing machine with down payments. So I'm going to be quilting Party and I some little seat covers. Yeah, I got to see family. I got to program. I got to teach. I got to talk with my friends. I got to do writing. I got to, what else am I doing? I got to find a cat. Ben's just adding in things here. I do want a cat. I wish I could. It would be lovely, but anyway. You know what? Let's end it here. We even got in a tiny little bit of a react, but thanks a ton for everyone hanging out here. I know it's kind of late, but I really appreciate chatting with everyone. And I may be on Sunday as usual, and then maybe again on Tuesday. But of course, I'll see everyone around in the Discord if you're part of that. And yeah, thanks everyone, and thanks for coming in. I'll see you around. Bye.